Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Mike Shema with CyberRisk TV, and we're excited to bring you live interviews right here from the show floor all week. Joining me for the next few days is my co-host, Jackie McGuire. Hey, Jackie.
Good morning.
Good morning. The voice says good, the expression says a little more coffee. I feel you. Yeah. Exactly.
I've already had a 6-shot flat white, but I also got a 30-ounce cold brew, so I'll be levitating within an hour or so, I think.
Levitating is good. You'll need to levitate through the crowds. I'm sure this is going to be yet another packed Black Hat with people. I haven't walked the vendor floor yet to see, so I don't know.
I'm a fast walker, so when people get like 4 across and start slow walking, I always have a hard time.
Out of the way.
And I'll be like, excuse me! Like, don't you people have somewhere to be? It's awesome. It's been like, I only see my friends twice a year at RSA and Black Hat, so it's always nice to be around my people and not have to just talk to them on Signal.
It is good to have that family reunion aspect of Black Hat, to see where are people, how their families have changed, how their jobs have changed, how their careers have changed. It's interesting.
Yeah,
it's a journey.
But the more years you're around, the harder it is to get through from the hotel to the convention center and back without stopping 15 times. So
yes,
it's a good feeling.
Almost a bit like an odyssey, perhaps. It takes 20 years to get
exactly
from one place to the other.
It feels like that, yeah. Yeah.
So one of the obviously go-to questions we always have to set up in these is, what are you looking forward to today, other than perhaps some more coffee?
Yeah, snacks.
Good,
I hope
good
there's
choice.
Snacks. I saw cookies yesterday. I didn't have one, but I was
Open
like,
the raisin. If they got that, I'm straight to that vendor.
What? Oh no, chocolate chip all the way.
Okay, fair.
But no, I think we're in an interesting time, right? And so I've been finding this whole like open source versus closed source debate interesting. So I want to see how that starts to kind of permeate the floor and the sides people line up to take. Anytime you have a year like this where there's just a ton of buzz around one particular thing, I always find it fun.
What particular thing would that be?
Yeah, I don't know. I forget. Call my agent.
Yeah. Nicely done.
Yeah, so no, I think like just seeing how people are, the 8,000 different ways you can say the same thing about agentic AI is really interesting. And then every company has rebranded itself for the AI era, and so seeing all the new taglines that somehow work AI into them, it's always fun to see the weird stuff people are giving away. We were having that conversation this morning. But yeah, I don't know, every year is something new and different, right? And so I feel like we went from like XDR to zero trust. So last year was kind of AI, but like hadn't really gotten there yet. And then this year we're just fully on the AI train. So
yes.
What about you?
We're at machine speed this year. I think between machine speed and evolving, those are the two things I'm just going to count on my bingo card. Like, somebody was not as clever as everybody else, just copied.
Yeah.
I don't know. This year, I'm trying to be polite about this. I'm looking for the interesting thing that somebody is doing with LLMs and agents that isn't just, we can find some more vulns, because I'm going to shrug a little bit. We've always been finding vulns, and that's not exactly the problem that companies have. So,
well, you don't need all of them, right? You need the ones that can actually be exploited.
Yes.
It'll be, I actually have not, I did a talk at my full-time employer's booth yesterday, but didn't actually make my rounds around the show floor, so this will be the day for that and for the like, what swagger my kid's gonna like, because I'm missing, my kid's first week of school is this week, so, which is fine, they don't miss me because they have cooler things to do, but I'll bring them home like, whatever.
Hopefully there's some good plushies or something. That's on my list,
Oh, plushies, There was a booth giving out stuffed dragons yesterday that I saw. Someone had a dragon sticking out of their backpack.
Okay, I need that for my Sunday D&D campaign. That would be fun. Yeah.
Nice, yeah.
I think one of the fun things I was doing, speaking of the Odyssey, I was going to riff on that, but 20 years ago, Black Hat, HD Moore was giving a presentation on the latest update of Metasploit.
Yeah.
So I thought that was a little bit interesting of, that's definitely that category of the more things change, the more things stay the same. Talking about LLMs and agentic everything finding vulns. So
I interviewed him last year on CyberRisk TV, and gosh, what a smart dude.
It is, and it is cool to see who has continued to come through and adapt with. These are the new topics with the LLMs, the agents, et cetera. One of the things too I was looking at when I was looking at the 2006 Black Hat, I saw Dan Kaminsky was giving a presentation.
Oh,
So R.I.P. Dan.
yeah.
But yeah, that's one of the sadder aspects of as we as the industry age,
We're
we as
getting
the
older.
attendees age.
Oh, right,
yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so wild to think about. Like when you're like, yeah, I have 20 years of experience or 25 years of experience. You're like, there's no way I can't be that old. Because I started my career early, so I was used to being like one of the younger people in the room, and now I'm like, I manage people who are way younger than I am, and I'm like, wow, like it happens to everybody. My team called me the weird aunt yesterday, which I guess is kind of appropriate.
That seems like achievement unlocked. Yeah, I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I guess it's better than like the kooky grandma, but
20 more years, we'll get to that, right?
yeah.
Give it time.
Yeah, be on my rascal scooter, honking at people coming through the crowds.
Well, obviously you're laughing, you're having a good time to kick things off. I appreciate that. As you walk the floor, is there still something that sneaks through the cynicism of 20 years of attending these types of things that you're actually like excited about, or something that, or at least maybe not excited, to be fair, just interesting these days?
Yeah, one of the things that I think is awesome is like there are a ton of students here, and that's it's always cool to see like the next generation of people, of security people, and what they're interested in. I speak at colleges and work with mentoring a lot, and it's always interesting to me to see what they think is interesting, because they're not quite as jaded and cynical. And so I talked to a group yesterday from it was a school in Washington, and just about like what their plans were, and they were so excited for like some of the after parties, and like it's invigorating to see like people coming in with fresh blood, and because it is such a weird transition time where I think those kids are now like, I can't imagine thinking like, okay, I'm getting out of school in the next year or two, and I have to figure out what the jobs are that are even available because of the nature of the way they've changed.
Mm-hmm.
Once you've gotten up into like the management and director positions, you don't have to worry as much about your job getting automated away, but these kids that are rolling out into these entry-level positions, they have significantly more to like fret about, but they're still having fun, they're still learning, yeah. And so I think that for me is the cool part. And it's also really interesting to see like the scrappy startups, because it's not cheap to be here, right?
Oh,
Booths
gosh,
are
no.
insanely expensive, and so just seeing like the way some startups find to do like guerrilla marketing, whether it's like somebody walking around with a backpack that's got their sign sticking out of it, giving out things, or like, yeah, I don't know. For a week in Vegas, which is a lot, it's like 10 years anywhere else. It's my favorite week of the year, so.
Oh, that's amazing. I so much appreciate you highlighting the human aspect as well, with the new grads, new people coming in, as well as the scrappy startups. I was going to jokingly say, I wonder how many of them are doing the .ai or the .security domain names for their...
Yeah,
for
I was actually reading the other, probably a couple months ago, about how .ai is the Aleutian Islands and how much revenue they're making now. Because every domain is like the end is tied to some country.
.io used to be the cool one, but now yes.
Yeah, but now it's .ai, so the Aleutian Islands are making an insane amount of money on people registering domains through their country. Yeah. I wonder which one it'll be next year, right? You're like, I wonder what country's going to get, what weird random country it'll be like. I don't know. And
I suppose we could make some bets on this too. We have all these future bets that you can do on random things, being in Vegas as well. So that's the other... what is it, thing that everybody talks about these days, but that's not very fun. I think the fun part is talking about it. I want to go back to the new grads or people coming in, because you kind of alluded to this. LLMs are taking over jobs, and there's the cliche of the junior coder is like the LLM. Did you get a sense of that concern as well from these folks?
No, I actually think they're a little bit more realistic. That's one of the interesting things. And I found this, I went to speak at, there's a cyber warfare range at the Pima Community College, University of Arizona, because I live down in Tucson. And I went to speak there, and it was really interesting because I think those students are significantly more pragmatic about using AI, and they're less prone to getting lazy and using it. I think they still
That is great.
they're not just trying to get through a day because they have 100 other life responsibilities. So I think they want to know how things work. They're not just going to like vibe code something, because I think a lot of them actually understood the underlying value of learning the thing behind the thing. And it's really interesting to think about, like I would love to see the demographics of who is more likely to use LLMs and coding assistants, by demographic, because I think for a lot of people, if you're in like middle management or upper management, you just need to get things done. And so there's so much more allure to just like, oh, I could just do this. I was expecting the students to be heavily reliant, and they really weren't, because they're still learning theory. So it's still fun for them to do it the long way,
Yes.
which is it's a good thing, I think.
Yes, getting your hands dirty, and we used to just call it automation as opposed to machine speed or LLMs,
Yeah.
but you're writing that bash script or that Perl or Python, what have you, to be like, oh, I've done this a bunch of times, now I'll just automate it because I have a better idea, and I'm learning a bit more from that automation. That hands-on aspect is huge.
Yeah. Yeah, and I came into security through data science, so I was writing machine learning before it was cool. And I'm like, so for me, it's really interesting too to see just the evolution of what things we're trying to do with it. Because when I was writing it, I was doing like user and entity behavior analytics. So I was writing regression models just on kind of behavior baselines and resource access and like traversing through different resources that you don't usually use. And so to see it now actually kind of solving some of the more painful parts of, like false positives and things like that. I would rather we fix the things that cause the false positives, because we're really just addressing the symptom, not the problem. But it is nice to see it hopefully reducing the amount that people are going to burn out, because that's always the challenge. Is like you see people the first year they're an analyst and they're all like, oh, I just got my first, and then you see them 3 years later and they're like, yep, spent all day sitting at my desk again.
Yeah, that's why I have to say kudos to having the energy 20 years later to be able to come to the black hat like this and deal with another week.
Yeah.
But I think, and one of those things I got into security more through like basically the web hacking aspect, because also JavaScript is a much easier to reason through than reverse engineering binaries at the time for me. So I'll go the easy way, read some text.
Yeah.
But that's where 20 years later today, James Kettle, Burp Suite fame, he's talking about how LLMs were helping him in his desync research, and what is it, HTTP Terminator is his talk today. So I'm curious to see someone who's been doing web app pen testing well before, when Frontier grep was the state of the art, see how he's adapting. And so that's where maybe I'll shed a little bit of my skepticism on just how helpful the LLMs can be. We'll see.
That's one of the things I kept saying is like, I can't even remember what my own Python did because I'm terrible at annotating my code. And so it's nice having these tools now that I can be like, can you tell me what I wrote 2 days ago that I never went back and annotated? Because when I'm in the groove, I'm just like, I know what it does.
Yeah, that's such a great feeling though, because you're in the zone, and then, oh, it works, but why did I make that decision?
Yeah, exactly.
Why did I make that other decision?
So the co-pilots now, I can be like, hey, can you tell me what this code actually does? Because I knew, and now I don't know.
Well, Jack, even I don't know. You must have been on something.
Yeah,
this is crazy. Yeah. So when the LLMs start getting snarky, we know they've reached a new tier.
That's when you file a patent, because you're like, if it doesn't know, it's definitely novel.
That's true. It has been trained on anything. Yeah. Well, maybe, let's see, I'm trying to think of how to squeeze in one last fun question. If you could train an LLM on anything, what would it be? What would be the LLM that would help you?
Oh, man, that's a really good question. I feel like if an LLM could figure out why it's always like 10:30 at night that I want to eat my feelings and be like, no, you should do this instead. That's like, I need an assistant on my watch that, like, especially last night, is like, no, you should not eat an entire bag of popcorn covered in white and dark chocolate. That is not a healthy thing at 10:30. Yeah.
I don't know. Some white cheddar popcorn sounds really good right now. You got me thinking.
Yeah. It was, I actually woke up with no regrets, but...
Well, Jackie, I hope you have no regrets throughout the rest of the day and the rest of Black Hat, because it's going to be a long week.
It is, yeah.
Thanks everyone for joining us. Follow along with us this week at securityweekly.com/blackhat. You'll find all of our published interviews there, plus extra event content from CyberRisk Alliance. Stay tuned, we'll be right back with our first interview.
Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Jackie McGuire, and joining me today is Idan Plotnik. He is the co-founder and CEO at Apiiro. Idan, thank you for being here.
Thank you for hosting me again.
I can't believe it's been a year
Wow.
since we were here last. It's crazy.
Crazy, so fast.
And the world has changed just a little bit, but I was actually looking back at our interview from last year, and things are different, but things are also the same, because I reference our interviews so often when I'm talking to people about AI and AI coding and how it's changing code bases and things like that. So
Yeah.
how's your Black Hat experience been so far?
It was good. I do think that everything changed for us, and
Yeah.
as you said, I think developers doesn't write code anymore.
Yeah.
And if they don't write code, doesn't review code, doesn't deploy code, and the coding agents are doing them, and they are just steering them, this is a game changer for security, because no one knows what you have in the code base.
Yeah. Yeah.
And for us, it's a huge, huge opportunity that we see.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about what Apiiro does, because
Yeah.
this will probably help people understand.
Sure. So Apiiro, we were the leaders in application security posture management and AI scanners.
Mm-hmm.
We shifted 180 degrees from posture to action,
Yeah.
which means that now we have a guardian agent that guards all the coding agents as one control plane. So all of our customers, large Fortune 500 companies, standardized their development, their agentic development workflows on multiple coding agents. So now they're using tens of thousands of Claude running in parallel, and Codex and Cursor.
Yeah.
So now you need one layer of context, governance, security, and protection. And this is what we do today. We just help our customers to adopt coding agents safely and in a way that they can govern them.
Yeah. So we talked last year about how the nature of the size of commits and the number of commits and all of that was changing. Are you still continuing to see that?
By the way, when we talked last year, this was a real data-driven research with a Fortune 500 company. Now we see it 10 times, even more, in the velocity of the commits and the complexity of the code that is being written. Now, again, this is our moat from the early days. We developed a patented technology. This is part of the data fabric of Apiiro that understand your software architecture for every material change. So now we know what the coding agents are actually doing. And so we don't care if it's a very large commit or a very large pull request. We actually know that you introduce their new APIs and new PII data or a new AI models or secrets or anything else. And we can govern that based on the risk engine that we've built on top of that, which again, this is part of the data fabric that we've built.
Yeah.
So
So now coding agents are building all of this code, and then the pull requests are coming in. Are agents also reviewing the pull requests?
you see, this is crazy, because what writes the code actually review the code and also deploy the code, and also has access to your WAF and to your production environment. So what we see is that the coding agent became the new perimeter, from network to cloud to endpoint to browser.
Yeah.
Now the coding agents are the control plane. So when something is writing the code and reviewing the code,
Yeah.
who guards it? And this is us. This is Apiiro. The
Yeah.
guardian agent is the main reason why we grew in over 100% year over year.
Yeah.
Because our customers needs one control plane across all their coding agents.
Yeah. So this ability to code things with AI, it's also accelerating attackers, right? And how they're doing their work. So how does Apiiro help with this? But how are your customers thinking about that and the trade-off between potentially increased productivity from their developers, but also increased attack surface means an increased efficacy on the adversary side because they're also using AI.
Exactly. So the guardian agent provides execute three actions. One, prevent. 2, autofix, 3, protect.
Okay.
I think that protect is the most growing need for all of our customers. Why? Because the attack surface has changed dramatically. I'm telling you, in real world scenarios, environments, we see that the attackers are now attacking the agents through the intent, which means that they put malicious instructions inside Jira tickets, inside GitHub issues, inside things that you don't have visibility to. And then the agent reads the intent and execute malicious actions like deleting my storage bucket, deleting my code repo, or even because they are running 24/7, there are hallucinations. So they do that on one hand where the attackers control them, but on the other hand through hallucinations, and you must govern with one guardian agent to know if it's an attack or if it is an hallucination, or if it's a violation of the customer policy, the organizational policy, and you are doing something wrong that will expose them to a compliance breach.
Okay, yeah, so PAI
exactly,
and things like that.
exactly.
Yeah.
And just back to the previous point, I think this is fascinating because now when you are able to attack something not directly through the agent and bypass it, and then the agent is doing what you said through a controlled environment, different controlled environment. For me, it's fascinating, but because there is no such thing in the industry. If you want to attack the endpoint, you need to download the binary through social engineering, through phishing, through whatever.
Yeah.
But the binary needs to run on the machine, and then you have CrowdStrike, and you have Microsoft Defender, and all these. Now, when we see these attacks, and when we simulated these attacks, they're bypassing all the endpoint security solutions, all the browser security solutions. And this is the aha moment that we had in Apiiro, where we say, hey, we know deeply, intimately your software architecture and the business risk, and we can stop these attacks that others cannot. And this is the aha moment of customers in a POC, where you run these attacks in a simulated environment, and you install CrowdStrike, and you install Microsoft Defender, and you install a Palo Alto endpoint security, and they don't see these attacks.
Yeah, because you can embed them just about anywhere. It's almost like, it's bizarre because it's like robot social engineering, right? It's like all you have to do.
This is the second time I'm going to, even in our previous, last year, I took a statement for you. I'm going to use this statement and give you a trademark. This is amazing, social engineering for robots, for agents.
Because you really are like, it's
genius.
Like the whole, like the prompt engineering of like, my grandma's going to die if you don't do this. And it's weird because like it's all just like kind of abstracting the way tokens work is, they don't understand facts. They don't understand. It's literally just you have to find the right kind of tokens in to get the right kind of tokens out. But it looks like social engineering because you're using natural language, right?
So true. And I want to say one thing that maybe will complete the picture. I think all of our customers are now suffering from what I think JP Morgan released 2-3 weeks ago. They called it Patchmageddon. Everyone, now you have two problems in Patchmageddon. One is that the adversaries owns a zero-day exploit that no one has the fix for it. No one has the patch.
Yeah.
So you see that the number of these vulnerabilities out there is growing while you don't have a patch.
Yeah.
This is huge problem. The second one is that because everyone are using frontier models to scan their code bases, they found tens of thousands of 0 days, and the mean time to remediation, it's not correlated.
Yeah.
So you cannot fix fast enough. And this is again something that we now released, we announced it today. We are democratizing AutoFix, and we released AutoFix for free for all the open source community. Yay. So they can fix faster and help the customers deliver patches faster and fix these holes that they have.
Yeah, Mike. So Mike and I were just talking this morning about kind of looking at what we're looking forward to the next couple of days, and I was talking about this whole kind of battle between open source and closed source, and I think this is a great example of why open source, I believe, is going to be the way, because you need so many hands on deck to solve this problem. You know, when an attacker now, they also have access to all of those vulnerabilities,
Exactly.
right? And so it used to be you could prioritize vulnerabilities by which ones someone was most likely to find, which ones were, the easiest to exploit. And now the answer is all of them.
Yeah.
So you have to find them all, you have to patch them all, you have to do all of it, and I think this is awesome, rolling out a way to automatically fix them.
Yeah, I think that the challenge there, I 100% agree with you. I think the challenge that we see in reality is that if you fix without understanding the software architecture, you create a lot of breaking changes to the architecture.
Yeah.
And then this is what we offered for free, to understand your software architecture and generate high quality fix that will not break your build.
Yeah.
And this is a game changer for the industry.
That's a crap thing for security teams, right? Because you can go to the executive and be like, but we were fixing a vulnerability. And they're like, I don't care. Our website was offline for 3 hours. That's this many hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue, right?
So true.
Yeah. So one of the things that Apiiro talks about is segregation of duties for agents. What does that mean? And what does it look like in production?
Sure. So as you said, you gave the most accurate example. If I write the code, review the code, test the code, and deploy the code, who governs me? I need a segregation of duties of making sure that I'm giving the agent a task. I will make sure that the task was executed based on the boundaries and the governance and the policies that I put in place.
Okay.
So we say one agent can do that, the other agent can do that, and then we correlate and see that it meets the organizational requirements. This is, from our point of view, the segregation of duties. I would say that, again, I will repeat it, I said it earlier, all of our customers standardized on multi-coding agent approach, same as they standardize in multi-cloud vendor approach. Their business now runs on Cloud Codex Cursor. This is what generates the revenue and actually fix things in production. So let's look at 5 years ago on Palo, Wiz, and the others. They build a control plane for multi-cloud vendors.
Yep.
We build the control plane for multi-coding agents environments.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is how we see the segregation of duties, and I will say everything is grounded by the same data fabric that we've built for many years, which understand your software architecture, understand the risk intelligence on top of your software architecture, and this is what gives us the advantage against others. And one last point, that in production, across an environment with 12,000 developers, we managed to reduce the token costs of these coding agents by over 52%. Why? How?
How? Everybody needs to know this,
Okay.
because we're all getting
So
killed
what-
on token costs.
What happens when you go, and by the way, what I'm saying here is in a blog written by Anthropic Claude, they said to be able to produce secure code, you need to answer 6 questions. These 6 questions are iterating on your code bases again and again and again and again, because the code bases changes.
Okay.
Because now you have thousands of agents committing code.
Yeah.
So every iteration, when the agent reasoning on top of the code base costs you tokens.
Got it. Yeah.
And we are saying, no, we developed a technology that understands your software architecture for every material change. So the coding agents are asking the data fabric, and we provide them accurate, deterministic answer where we can use for security to block a prompt, to block a commit, to block a pull request in production, while we reduce the costs. So it's deterministic security with lower costs.
So you're not having to go out and explore the whole environment every time you want to do something. Got it.
Exactly. And again, think about you don't have a context layer across the organization. The data fabric is, and coding agent that developed a new API or a new data model or a new secret, the other coding agent doesn't know that. This is why they go to the repo and say, hey, the single source of truth is the repo. Let's go and reasoning on that. So we will build a secure functionality.
Got it.
And this is the aha moment for us for the growth was that we can reduce over 50% of the tokens while we provide deterministic security.
That's amazing. All right, so if I'm watching this and I'm a CISO or I run a SOC and I'm like, man, we have a lot of work to do. We're not anywhere close to where we want to be. What do I do?
There are 3 steps. First, you get visibility. You understand your estate. You understand your software architecture from code to runtime without any human intervention. You plug the Guardian agent into your code bases and to runtime environment, and you get full visibility. AI bomb, S bomb, API bomb, all the cryptographic bomb and the relationship between them. So step number 1. Step number 2, based on this context, you start autofix. You get an autofix with deep understanding of your software architecture, so every fix that you will generate will not break your software.
Yeah.
And 3, you prevent. You stop the bleeding. You put the Guardian agent on every prompt that will enrich the prompt with your security requirements, your adaptive security requirements. It does automatically automated threat model and take all the policies and embed them in every prompt. And this reduces 81% of the vulnerabilities. They're not even generated in the code. Yeah. So again, visibility, reduce the backlog with autofix, and stop the bleeding with prevention.
Awesome. Well, Idan, thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to be best friends in a couple years.
Yeah,
I feel like we just keep doing this every year, and
I'm excited of all the changes. And,
Yeah, and like I said, I quote your interview pretty frequently talking about, I think it was 6x is what you were saying.
Now it's much more.
Yeah, that's wild to think about, just in the inefficiency that creates across the whole stack.
Exactly.
But thank you for being here today
Thank you for
helping us start to try to get this under control.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. If you want to learn more, you can visit securityweekly.com/Apiiro BH and learn all about Apiiro solutions and what they'll be doing here at Black Hat. And for full Black Hat 2026 coverage from the CyberRisk Alliance, you can visit securityweekly.com/Black Hat. Stick around. We'll be back with more interviews after the break.
Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Greg Baker, co-founder and CEO at Balance Theory. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for having me.
So we're just kicking off the morning for the first full day, I think, of Black Hat. How's it been going for you so far?
It's been good. I love Black Hat every year. You get to see all the people you've worked with for 20 plus years. It's like a high school reunion every year, but it's been good.
It's been, yes, it is that good family reunion type of feeling.
Exactly.
Yes. And so one of the things that I see every year is just what are the different vendors, what do they do, what are they a little bit cookie cutter, let's say, and this year everything is agentic, for example, unavoidable. Sure. But I was looking at Balance Theory, and yes, there's AI involved here, but it's actually a different problem that you're focused on. It actually is pretty appealing. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, sure. So Balance Theory, we're kind of, most cyber operators, if you walk the Black Hat floor, they need tools to prevent threats and deal with, the rising, essentially new threat vectors and ways that people can be exploiting with AI. We kind of take a different approach to the market. So complementary, we're focused on really the business side of building cybersecurity programs and managing the portfolio. So it's kind of the layer on top and helping folks navigate the constraint that is universal, which is the budget. So, ultimately every enterprise is a bit different. It doesn't matter if your budget is $100,000 a year or $100 million. It is a constraint that you have to work and operate within. So it's a challenge for organizations to build kind of the perfect cybersecurity program for their organization and navigating that constraint. So.
Yeah, and you said right off the top there too, so many orgs just have tools, they buy tools, and often that's that dramatic pause because they buy them and they sit there or they're underutilized and they're not helping. And I think that's where you're actually focusing on, you're paying attention to.
Well, I think it's part of it. I mean, where we really sit is at the program level and trying to really understand if we're going to go deploy budget, right? It's a very precious resource for an organization. From the idea stage of understanding why an organization needs something to actually making the investment into the implementation and ultimately value phase of the life cycle. That is more than just the security team that's a piece of that, right? Yeah. You're ultimately having to navigate complexity across your IT partnerships, legal, finance, procurement, vendor management, and then getting everybody on the same page of how they're going to measure these different areas of value that come on the back end of it. So, of course, shelfware is always a point of that, but the vendors that you're investing in today are probably going to look a lot different next year when they're here at Black Hat. Not just from the value that they're providing to the organization and their capability, but their cost models, their scalability, all those different factors. So we actually think that the program isn't this annual exercise, let's set a budget and go and try to execute against that. It's really a living, breathing part of how you think about security operations.
Yeah, and I want to come back to that aspect of measurement and metrics in a second, but first, just talking about those programs, if you're clearly talking to the business aspect, the CISOs, as well as other leaders, in addition to where all of the oxygen is taken up with agentic and LLM and AI are they struggling with something that is surprising to you, or what are they actually focused on right now?
Yeah, so ultimately, if you think about just any tech wave life cycle, so we've been in cyber for a long time. First it was cloud, and now you're hearing about AI. So there's always trends, and over time, technology goes through waves of commoditization to bleeding edge and navigating that kind of process. So I think the biggest thing now is, as the landscape's constantly changing, we now have this new powerful opportunity to leverage the same AI that's used to enhance security operations to build a layer of understanding the program and understanding the decisions and being able to execute and monitor the market in more real time to navigate that change. So I think that's one of the biggest things that is the point of conversation today, is not just what do we get to protect the business, it's how do we fund it, how do we build a coalition of the willing across the business, how do we navigate the complexities of the market, how do we get corporate buy-in, and more now than ever, the CISOs are really evolving into these fiduciaries, and you're seeing it's not just about security, it's about IT, it's about go-to-market. They're really involved in a lot of those aspects of the business.
Yeah, and I think I wanted to ask too about when you say understanding, it goes more than just, do we have shadow SaaS or shadow IT or shadow this? That's getting good insight, as well as just how many seats do we have, how many people are using our tools. But I think you're kind of hinting at more that there's something that goes beyond that understanding, talking about like the program and governance, I think.
Yes.
Tease that out for me.
Let's unpack that a little bit. So, if you think about I don't know, a big relationship, like the big guys out there, the CrowdStrikes, the Palo Altos, the Zscalers of the world. You know, shadow IT is one thing, but there's a lot of leverage in understanding how to maximize the value there and build the partnership and get to the right size within that budget that starts way before 30 days on a renewal cycle, right? And most CISOs and security organizations are busy, you know, operating the security program. So, but being able to shift that decision, not just 30 days before the renewal, when you're trying to figure out, well, what do we still need? What's changed? You know, what do we need to enhance? What do we need to buy? How does this now overlap with existing capability? If you can shift that decision much further left in that programmatic life cycle and kind of be always in an operation mode there, not only are you going to get better value out of the vendors, so that kind of governance around budget deploy when you actually make the investment, but you're also going to have more flexibility in how you think about the governance of risk buy down and control coverage, right? So ultimately, everybody's trying to maximize the maturity of their program within that budget constraint. It's kind of like going to the gym, right? It starts with good hygiene day zero instead of, you know, getting back from vacation and going one day and expecting, you know, to
just
be able
one day
to,
of 8 hours in the gym.
Yeah, that's
It'll
right.
Fix everything.
8-minute abs, right? So exactly.
No, well, and that's got to be, there must be an appeal there for the CISO as well, in the sense of we have our framework, here's how we can map the controls that we've purchased, but also that we're deploying. How has that changed? How has that benefited CISOs, or has it made has it made their conversations different with the CFO, with the other business leaders?
Oh, absolutely. So I think being able to actually justify the business through business terms. So everybody's trying to navigate the market. It starts with understanding the enterprise, because when you're navigating the market and you're trying to go back to either fund something or build a business case or justification, being able to interpret it and put it through the lens of why that matters to the business. So rather than just saying, hey, we need to buy security technology XYZ to prevent threat, being say, hey, we're a Fortune 100 bank, right? And we need, based on our regulations, our control policy, here's our greatest aspects of risk. And by deploying this technology, we're going to be able to, you know, ultimately do something through the context of our program, what we've already bought, what we've already invested in, and close these gaps. And by being proactive on that and being that kind of proactive fiduciary, a lot of the times that CISO and CFO relationship becomes much closer. So they know that they're coming to the well, because that good hygiene often leads to, you know, getting better deals and bringing operating costs down. So being able to pull forward things that are in their roadmap and fund them out of existing budget, versus every time something new happens, having to go back and ask for more. So it is that connectivity across the business. That's one of the major outcomes of, you know, taking that level of governance approach.
And ideally, one of those aspects of that budget would be, this is a budget that actually reflects our needs. It reflects what we're investing in, what we care about.
Exactly.
Essentially. With that said, I'm curious, let's bring more AI into this. I want to say you're almost uniquely positioned to see where people are spending money, in the sense of that's what they truly care about, or at least what they spend the money on. How are things changing? How is that?
Yeah, and so for us, it's really
there?
kind of unpacking. Yes, you can go and you can ask the question, well, who's buying what at what price? For us, it's more the context of why the investment was made, which is the value, right? Okay. So if you think about different verticals, different industries, there's no, you know, cookie cutter perfect set of security plugin technologies. There's ultimately almost infinitely amount of ways to be successful. But we're able to look across trends and say, well, here's the decision logic. So rather than just, you know, top 5 bank or top 5 energy company bought XYZ at this price and they're buying this tech, it's, hey, they're making a decision to invest in AI governance, and this is how they're thinking about that program. This is how capital is deployed into the vendors that they're selecting, and total cost of ownership on the implementation side. This is how they're negotiating with vendors to come in and help them be successful. And then on the other side, helping them be accountable to, you know, ultimately what they decided to deliver on, or the ROI on the other side of the fence. So I think it's that conversation where we can really draw important insights, because you can run market reports and get, you know, general industry benchmarks, but unpacking the why behind the investment decision is really what helps people create that lens of what matters to me as a business, and what can I learn from what others are doing.
And I'm curious there too, because especially looking at a conference like Black Hat, looking at a conference like RSA that has massive square footage of just vendors after vendors after vendors, there can be some, let's say, just perverse incentives, or that people are buying a vendor because everybody else is buying that vendor. I suppose you probably can see that. I'm curious, have you talked to CISOs and see how they're reacting to that, or how they can point to this your insights that you're providing them so they can say, we are successful because of this. Here's the positive impact we're getting.
I think that's that. I think if you walk the Black Hat floor, I mean, every vendor is going to be solving a very important problem just for that own domain. I think that the key and what we're really focused on at Balance Theory is first know the enterprise, right? If you can know the enterprise and the needs and the contracts and what's been deployed and what the relationships look like and how they're achieving, operational success, then you almost are able to put a shade of sunglasses on as you walk the floor and highlight, well, what's going to actually make the most sense in the context of my program. So when you can know the market and know what's changing with the different vendors and what their products are and what their capabilities are, just going out and trying to use Claude or ChatGPT and ask, give me the top 5 vendors, or speak to suppliers. They're all going to have some inherent just limitation on what their purview is. The best way to ask that question is through the lens of the program. So I think that that's where the most valuable kind of context comes into place to help navigate, hey, is this trying to fit a square peg in a round hole because I'm getting a recommendation from somebody in the market and maybe there's incentive alignment? And it all just starts with really understanding the program and what's going to be right for the organization.
As an aside, I'm a huge John Carpenter fan, so when you say the sunglasses, I'm thinking of They Live, and, walking through and seeing buy.
Who knows? Maybe it's on the product roadmap for us. Right?
That would be fun. But I wanted to dig in a little bit too, because you said you could just ask Claude, ask whichever chat bot you want to. Am I spending enough? That's probably, I think I've oversimplified that, and it's going to miss context. Tell us a little bit about what is the context you pull in, and how do you add that intelligence to help the CISO?
To us, there's really kind of, and it's changing constantly, right? In terms of how people are maximizing, optimizing around context. But for us, it's not just dropping an enterprise agent into an organization and saying, hey, let's connect it to our contract management system, our Coupa, and then or SharePoint, where our strategy docs, or Jira, our ticketing system, and then just querying it like at ragtime, right? Because then you're going to get kind of mixed context answers and how that works. You might experience context wash and some of those buzzwords around what's happening in AI. For us, it's more, can you understand and map the relationships? So how does this data come together? What does it mean? What's the reasoning behind it? And can you leverage AI in a way that makes the most sense, where it can reason through the context of the organization? So I do think that you'll probably see a lot of that on the Black Hat floor today, people thinking about, hey, how are we not just using this to query data fast and sort through noise, but how are we really using it to unlock enterprise context? And for us, it always comes back down to the why. That investment decision, that's the point during the year that you can ultimately impact your budget positive or negatively, a renewal, a new investment, sunsetting a technology. And we really want to understand the intricacies of how that decision was made, what the security operators were thinking, what existed out on the market, how they partnered with IT, how Ben or Larry or Jane on the team went through the POC evaluation. And then on the other side, during implementation, what worked? Did it work as advertised? Did we have to extend it? Is it hitting SLAs? So all of that, when you go ask a question, is really what creates the right context to know what's going to be the right solution next investment event time, where I have to navigate impacting the budget.
And that feels like touching on before I forget, want to bring in that idea of measures of success or metrics. And you were describing a good list of qualitative aspects of that. Is there something that you would add as just like, here's something that the CISO should think of, or that is maybe even a surprise to them, that this can unlock for them to say, here's what success can look like?
No, it's great. I mean, so, there's kind of baseline metrics from like gaps and overlaps and cost per control, and then benchmarking kind of pricing scenarios on, hey, if I'm in this shop, is 40% of my budget going to one bucket versus the other, or under investing? So you can look at it through a large variety of different ways. For us, what we're really trying to look at is maximizing capability and maturity against budget, how much it's going to increase or decrease. So am I able to extend that and get more value and increase the maturity of the organization without having to increase that year over year? Now, of course, there is always going to be opportunities to need to do that, with emerging threats and go through that. But one of the things that we measure our value in to our customers, so we track spend under management per client, and our goal that we try to go through at the first thing you do when we onboard you is put a one-year plan in place and say, look, here's the optimization target. And it's not in threat reduction or risk reduction or some of those harder to manage metrics. It's in just generally, what's the budget target now, understanding the leverage that we can hit to maximize against the plan. So being able to talk in dollars is a good thing for CISOs to be able to do.
Dock it in dollars is good, and
Yeah.
especially to riff once more on They Live, there's a whole 5-minute long wrestling scene, and very much the CISOs are wrestling with their budgets and their success.
Exactly.
So I think this works.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we're out of time to recreate that,
fantastic. Yeah.
so you'll have to come back.
Next
we'll spend
year,
5
we'll do
minutes
it.
and recreate that wrestling scene. Thanks, Greg.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks everybody else for joining. To learn more about balance theory, visit securityweekly.com/balancetheorybh. And for all of our Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/blackhat. Stick around, we'll be right back after this break.
Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Jackie McGuire, and joining me today is Kaushik Shinati. He is the CTO and co-founder at Helmet Security. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So tell us a little bit about what Helmet does.
So it's a agentic security platform to help you discover, monitor, and secure your AI agents, but not just the agents, everything that they're connecting to. So MCP servers, skills, CLI tools, command line, whatever an agent has access to, we'll discover it and then help give you guardrails and policies to actually keep those agents in line or outright just stop them from doing what they're doing.
I imagine that's top of mind for a lot of organizations as they're dabbling and trying to figure out what they're doing with agents. What's your background? How did you end up at Helmet?
So I started at a large financial company right out of undergrad. They had a college hire program, did that for 2 years, found my way into the cyber department, and that's kind of how I got my foot into cybersecurity. For about the last 7 to 8 years, I've been bouncing around various startups, built security programs, was the chief architect of the previous one. There's more around browser security, and as MCP started to take off, I started to dabble with it, figure out that there's a whole host of security issues with MCPs, but then right after that, you had skills, you had hooks, all these things that are coming out around the agentic ecosystem, and it just felt like there was like an opportunity to build something in that space to actually help organizations get that stuff under control.
So you got sick of having any type of time off and decided to found a company?
Apparently, yeah. Going from startup to startup, yeah, I guess I'm just have that itch to just build something.
Yeah, so there's this weird tension in the enterprise because in order for AI agents to be able to do what you want them to do, you have to give them access to sensitive things, the type of things you would give humans access to, but agents move much faster than humans, right? So they're harder to stop. So what kind of risks is that introducing as you give agents access to like lateral movement that they would not have had before?
Yeah, and I think we've seen it several times, like the OpenAI Hugging Face, Anthropic has several incidents now. As it started, LLMs were just taking text in, spitting text out, taking a prompt, spitting out an image. But now we've moved past that. We're connecting them to databases, file systems, SaaS applications. Practically anything that we've built over the last 50, 60 years, we're now giving agents access to that. They can interact with these systems at breakneck speeds, faster than a human can. So it's almost impossible to do active detection and prevention without having guardrails in place. So things like an agent deleting someone's database, we've seen that. An agent using tools on the system that the user never told it to give itself root access. So we're seeing these agents act on their own in a way because they're trying to accomplish a task.
Yeah. And as we're trying to put some guardrails around that, because with the velocity at which agents move, by the time them doing something potentially problematic happens, triggers an alert, it gets to the SIM and somebody looks at it, it's too late, right? Because they've already broken out. So we have a lot of companies that are building kind of point solutions for this.
Yep.
But you end up with all these different kind of disparate solutions. So from your perspective, is that the right move? No.
It's just like everything else. You need a defense and depth strategy. Mm-hmm. You have AI identity solutions. You have AI endpoint solutions. You have AI network-based solutions like gateways. All those things are great, but if you can't marry all of them up and build a complete picture, you're going to have a blind spot. Like someone logs into an AI website that they shouldn't be, you're blind to that without like network or like IDP logs. Someone downloads a agent on their machine, you need EDR telemetry. So agents are running across endpoints in the cloud, SaaS applications. So the sprawl is pretty wide. So you need to have a complete picture and a way to map where all the things tie together, whether it's a user that spins up an agent that does its own sub-agent. So you have to have the complete picture to actually see what's going on.
Yeah. Well, I imagine with AI-powered asset discovery and things like that, point solutions that have holes between them, it's also much easier for adversaries to find those holes now, right? Like you used to have to, I always say like what used to protect enterprises was kind of that their data was a disaster.
Yep.
So the attackers were also looking for needles in haystacks, but now they have magnets for those needles and it's much easier to find them. So you said defense in depth, but I think sometimes when security leaders hear that, that sounds like a very complex and expensive thing to deploy. So what's the strategy there for being able to do defense in depth without adding a massive amount of overhead and operational burden?
So they already have a lot of these tools that they've purchased over the last 10, 20 years, like IDPs, EDRs, network proxies, firewalls, gateways, a lot of these same tools, they collect the data that these agents are sending or manipulating. So just kind of tying those things together is that next step. So right now you have IAM teams managing their IDP, you have network teams managing that. Everyone kind of works in their own silo, so you need a way to have everyone talk together and have a comprehensive view of what's going on in your environment to actually see that defense in depth. So you don't need to go out and spend a bunch of money on new tools. You already have that. You already have the data. You just need to tie those things together and build that complete picture.
And how does Helmet approach that?
So that's I very initially started with our own endpoint agent, but every CISO I talked to they were just like, no, we just don't want that. So we reapproached it and looked at what's already out there, and you have to give a lot of credit to Wiz with the whole agentless approach of using what enterprises already have. We want to meet them where they are instead of forcing them to meet us. So we plug into all of their existing stacks like EDR tools, network logs, IDP logs. We can deploy our own sensors, our own extensions and stuff, but using what they already have, it's a much better and much shorter time to value where we can go in, find out what their agents are doing, and then give them controls to orchestrate into those systems.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think with RAM prices as high as they are, it is getting harder and harder to get people to install additional agents on endpoints because they don't often have the memory for that, and they can't just go out and buy it anymore.
Right.
So there are a lot of kind of myths around agentic security, and because this is a new frontier and we're all trying to develop things as fast as possible, what do you think are some of the bigger ones that are problematic and may hold enterprises back from having that kind of comprehensive solution to security?
The biggest one we've seen is they'll often say, we've locked it down, or we know where all of our agentic activity is, but then we'll run a small trial with them, and within the very first discovery, it's why is this user running this agent? Why is this agent on this device? Why is someone spinning up a cloud agent on this SaaS application? So there's always these blind spots that they think they have it under control, but developers, not just developers, you have workforce that are just savvy and smart, and when and similar to agents, when you tell them to get a task done, they're going to do what they can within the bounds that they have. So the biggest thing is getting out of that mindset of we've locked everything down, because then you're stopping your engineers and your workforce from being able to get that 10x, 100x on their actual work. So I think it's a combination of those two things.
Yeah, and I always think taking the approach of trying to lock things down can be problematic in and of itself.
Right.
Because everybody's got mobile devices, right? And a lot of enterprises have a bring your own device for mobile devices, and I always tell them, if you don't give people a safe place to do risky things, they're just going to take their phone, and you can't really, that's a data exfiltration that you can't monitor in any way. If they're like, well, fine, I'm just going to use a tool on my phone and start taking proprietary enterprise data and moving it off-prem, through my fingertips.
Right.
How do you think about, so one of the things I think is tough is developers. We love developers. Yep. They make everything work, but they also do have access to a lot of times install anything that they want. So what do you think is an effective strategy for managing that tension of giving developers access to all the things they need, enabling them to use agents, but we really still haven't 100% sorted out identity yet for NHIs, and there are these machines doing human type things. So what is the most effective strategy for managing your kind of high risk users that have access to lots of assets?
Yeah, and I think it goes to the principles of least privilege, where you just give them the access that they need without over provisioning them. Having a good governance program and policies to say you're only allowed to run this agent, you're only allowed to use these MCP servers. When you're using skills, you have to go through an official registry. You can't just download them from the internet. So having those governance controls, I think, in place will go a long way in enabling these developers to actually utilize these agents to the fullest extent.
Yeah. So if you're a CIO and you're starting today and you're starting to deploy AI within your enterprise, what do you think are the first couple steps you need to take to get controls in place?
I think just having that inventory mapped out, what agents are out there, what MCP servers are out there, who's downloaded skills, who's sharing those skills around. And then from there, once you have that inventory, start to put in some basic monitoring to see what these agents are doing, what prompts are being put in, are users putting in PII, are they putting in sensitive information like secrets, API keys into these agentic tools. Once you have the visibility and the monitoring, then you can start to evolve and say, only these users can access these MCP servers, only these users can access this MCP server, but they can only use these tool calls. So you can start to gradually build that up where until you've done that visibility, you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah,
So.
absolutely. So it's Black Hat. As you're walking around the show floor, what are you looking for? Like, are there things that you're particularly interested in or trying to find out what other people are doing?
It's more just trying to figure out how to cut through the noise. I think with these agentic coding tools, anyone can spin up a product within days, months.
Yeah.
But before it would take years to get something polished up and actually out there. Now you have a new startup being announced every week, a new product being announced every other day. So trying to figure out how these products are different from one another is, I think, the biggest thing for me.
And then if you were, I'm going to ask you a theoretical question. So if you were a student today coming out of school and you're trying to get your feet under you in the world, what would you do differently than you did the first time around now in the age of agentic AI?
That's tough.
Because I get asked this question a lot. I speak at colleges a lot, and kids are like, what should I be doing? Comp sci security,
Right.
kids coming out of college. And I'm like, well.
I think it's still knowing the underlying fundamentals, knowing how to write software, because anyone can use these LLMs to generate code, but if you don't understand what you're doing, you're eventually going to run into, it's basically like a house of cards. That house of cards will eventually tumble. So having that good computer science background, knowing the cybersecurity, knowing how to scale things, that'll actually help you ship good product that people will want to use.
Yeah, I talk about that a lot in terms of like resiliency.
Right.
And, I think some of becoming over-reliant on AI, it becomes almost a single point of failure.
Yes.
So if you hit something where a model has a critical vulnerability and you have to turn it off, or especially as we're starting to integrate it into SOC operations, it's like, do your tier one analysts actually understand what's happening behind the agent and why? Because if you hit a situation where you have to pull everything offline or you have to start manually triaging alerts, there has to be some way to bridge that skill gap of, something's dispositioning alerts for me, but do I understand why? Do I understand the underlying security fundamentals behind that?
Well, and you've seen it with people run out of their session for the day, and they're just stuck, and they literally cannot work because they rely on the AI too much. And then on the other side of it is, I think we saw it with the Hugging Face where they couldn't put in their incident report into OpenAI or Anthropic because the safeguards kicked in.
Yeah.
So then they had to use a open weight model. So, I think we're going to run into this more frequently where either the usage limits will hit faster or the guardrails will kick in, especially for cybersecurity related things that will need some other way around it. And I think all the things that we've built in the last, 30, 40, 50 years for cybersecurity, they're still relevant. It's just that they're not being utilized for the AI space the way that they need to be.
Yeah. In my day job, we emphasize a bring your own model approach where you can kind of unplug one model and plug one in. And I think the Hugging Face thing, I was like, wow, I knew that this was a good idea, but it didn't ever occur to me that your model may very well prevent you from doing the response that you need to do. Right. So being able to use an open weight model, or we focus a lot on guardrails, but they can also be a limitation, which I don't think is necessarily something that intuitively you think about, and that the same things that are trying to prevent people from doing bad things can keep you from responding to those bad things.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, Kaushik, thank you so much for joining us. This has been amazing. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. If you want to learn more about helmet security, you can visit securityweekly.com/helmetbh. And for full Black Hat 2026 coverage from the CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/Black Hat. Stick around. We'll be back just after this break with more interviews.
Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Galina Antova, CEO and co-founder at Kai. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So Kai Security is one of the many companies that have AI related to them, but as we were talking a little bit before this, and I was looking at your website, you're doing some very interesting things with AI. And so just to kick things off, what are people underestimating right now about AI? I'm using this as the big umbrella term right now within the cybersecurity landscape.
Yeah, exactly, and how the world is changing. So first of all, I would say AI is an opportunity and a challenge, right? And right now, actually, just like last week, we did a survey of about 500 CISOs, and we asked exactly that question, right? So AI attacks are here. How are we changing defense? And defense is much more complex than the attackers, right? They move much faster, they don't have organizational structures, they don't have different categories to go through. And so when the attackers are at your doorstep, they're not really asking you, excuse me, security team, what category should I get into, right? That's not how it works. And so I think the big challenge is how can we reorganize ourselves internally to make sure that we can respond at machine speed to what is already here. So interestingly, out of the report, I think over 70% of respondents said that right now they believe the attackers have the advantage, but they're optimistic that there is a potential for defenders to take the lead back. And I really think that the next 12 to 18 months, I would say, time frame, we will probably the most interesting times in security that we've lived through as we kind of consolidate the security stack and really enable defense to move at machine speed.
And I'm laughing because I've seen so many companies just right now still at the experimentation stage though. They're just saying they don't want to be left out. There's the FOMO and they're like, we're going to try this, etc. But in many cases, it feels like here's one tool, here's another tool, and they're just stacking up a bunch of different tools. And I don't think that's the story you're telling here. So tell, what is the nuance here that we should focus on?
It is the exact opposite, absolutely. And I mean, you probably know the stats. The average Fortune 500 organization has anywhere between 80 to 120 security teams, right? Defense is still organized by categories. And so think about what happens when there is a new supply chain attack, just like we saw a few months ago with Notepad++, right? So you've got one team of defenders that are processing the threat intel, distilling it into TTPs, another set of humans that does the threat hunt, another set of humans that automates the detections, another set of humans that maps that to exposures. Best case scenario takes days to weeks, right? That is not the speed at which we need to respond. And so the biggest challenge is not adding more. It is actually how can we subtract from the crazy complexity that we've gotten ourselves into. And I think this is the promise of AI. We built security the way we did for the last decade, and I'm responsible for that as well. My first company is Clarity. We were building a completely new segment in security, right? Critical infrastructure, cybersecurity, and so we had to add as we matured the industry. But we got to a point where it was too much. And the promise of AI is really how can AI help us to drive those autonomous workflows across categories, simplifying significantly the work of defenders and consolidating the security stack.
So part of that, and this might even be a question that exists even without AI. Speaking of like Clarity or the world of OT or IT, or IoT, I mean, but even within enterprises, there's an easy application security phrase to say, have an asset inventory. Make sure to have a list of all your applications.
Sounds so simple.
Sounds so simple. Okay, my consulting fee is done. Charge it, it's done. But then the time and investment to do that effectively is huge. Is that something that people need to get done first before they even start considering AI, or is AI going to help them here?
I think AI is helping with the fundamentals significantly, absolutely. And again, I think the biggest challenge really is always for the largest companies with incredible complexity. So I've spent across my professional life, IBM, Siemens, 10 years building Clarity, and now Kai. I've spent most of my time talking to Fortune 500 CISOs, and the complexity that you have, even for the fundamentals, is incredible, right? If you take a quote unquote something that should be simple like CTEM or exposure management, right? Right now, it's pretty much broken across, exposures of your own code, right? SCA and SAST, and exposures of your enterprise and exposures of OT, right? Do you want to have 15 different tools that are doing that, and then maybe 20 other security people doing the investigation, triage, and the remediation? The world today, we don't have the time for that if we need to keep up with the attackers, right? So it sounds so simple, but just with one use case there, you're consolidating, 3 departments, so to speak. And that's one of the biggest changes that we're seeing, and it needs to happen organically. You cannot go and say, I'm going to go and rip and replace, right? So what we're seeing a lot of is step 1, sit on top of the existing tool, do the 99% of the manual work that humans do today and hate, right? Like, burnout. Why is there burnout, right?
Yeah.
Not because
Nobody
we're
wants
using
that.
our brains, 100% of the time. It's because we're
So,
going
hit this
between
button, hit this
a
button,
tool
hit this
to
button.
tool to Excel spreadsheet and doing things that, in the age of AI, like no human should be doing. So I think the really interesting part of what we're seeing with our clients now is how much they're allowing autonomous defense to really take over, because the question was never a matter of technology. Technology we can figure out. It really is the trust and how fast we can change the existing paradigm to the new paradigm.
So I think one thing, because you've talked to so many CISOs, how many of them are still relying, because you just mentioned spreadsheets just now.
Yeah.
Even those complex environments, how many of them are still relying on a spreadsheet?
There's a lot
in
of
their tool
Excel.
stack?
There's a lot. I mean, but that is the reality, right? With even all the sophisticated tooling today, there's still a lot of manual processing across a number of those categories.
Well, and then the appeal, of course, then is that LLMs can come in and help us at least with some of that manual tedium and fill out that spreadsheet or do this automation. But there's also that little bit of skepticism, worry, what have you, of do I trust it?
Yeah.
So where are we on that spectrum of how much we can trust this AI to do something helpful for us, rather than just making us spend more time double checking its work?
Absolutely. I think the single most effective thing that we've seen in our engagements is, so to speak, show me the homework, right? You showed me how you can do this process completely autonomously. How can I, quote unquote, trust the AI, right? And so this is where we really show the reasoning and we show deterministically what was defined. I think there's a huge misunderstanding in security as to like what AI can do, right? So the frontier models, and any model really, they're computational power. Think of it this way. They allow us to do things that we were not able to even dream of like 3 years ago, like processing structured data and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, they are a tool, right? And that tool needs to be directed by cybersecurity expertise and by cybersecurity knowledge, and it needs to be deterministic in the sense that we cannot have false negatives in security and we cannot have predictive, right? It needs to be certain. If we say this is how we remediate X, this is really what it needs to be, right? And so what has worked very well for us is show me the homework, and then I'm gaining trust. And of course, there's extreme level of nuance when it comes to like, what are we remediating, right? So when it comes to like own code for AppSec, pretty much 100% of it is auto-remediated because you know how the code behaves, you know what needs to be fixed. You kind of have extreme reachability. We just that is what it comes down to. If we are in the enterprise domain and you're remediating an Oracle instance, yes. Kai will do 99% of the work to prepare everything and do the rollback options and all that, but you still want a human to validate that before they push the button to be executed, right?
Yeah.
So I think that is really the ability to allow customers to show where that line is as they grow trust is extremely important, and that is the practical way of getting stuff done.
And what you're describing there too, it sounds like clearly humans aren't disappearing
No,
within this model.
no.
You're refocusing them, thankfully, away from a lot of that tedium, a lot of that leads to burnout. But it also sounds like it's not just another tool, so it's rethinking that.
Yes,
So there's some re-education of the market that's happening here. It also sounds like there's some changing of how CISOs are tasking out or does creating their teams?
Yeah.
How are they reacting
How
to
the
that right
roles
now?
how the roles are
Right.
changing. Like a lot of the CISOs of the very largest companies and kind of like the most advanced ones that we're talking to, I think there's a consensus in the industry that the world of security looks more like a giant data lake of security telemetry with AI agents.
Just give me all the signals.
Executing risk reduction
Yes.
workflows on top of it,
Gotcha.
right? And just truly redefining the very category-driven world that we have today. We still have a lot of work to get there, and I think that's the data platforms really could have kind of be the data lakes. That's what we're seeing a lot today. And we need security companies that cut across categories to truly execute on that. But you can imagine that the world today of a Fortune 500, it has 15 different tools structured across, AppSec, enterprise, OT, all of that. It's taking some time to reshuffle, but it's also allowing for humans to do a lot more interesting tasks, to really think about how they can be truly superhuman and direct AI, and again, fill that gap with the trust. Not so much even the technical skills, but that trust gap of what we can truly trust AI to do because we've shown the homework, and what we would still be more comfortable with human in the loop or on the loop. And I really think that boundary is changing literally on a daily basis. And that's progress, but it is far from trivial.
Yes, I was
Yeah.
going to say that it sounds hard. So you've already anticipated
Yes,
my question.
it sounds very hard. And look, we operate across various different domains at Kai. Exposure management has been top of mind for a lot of clients because of Mythos and the changes in the landscape. And even just saying something, again, simple as, take all of my exposures to remediation. That has traditionally been 20 tools in one, right? So how do you restructure all of your teams and stuff like that to basically get to that? It takes time.
It takes time.
But the results are very promising.
So if we kind of riff on that idea of time, 2 to 3 years from now, is this going to be solved? Will we be able to go to that CISO and say, show me your complete asset list? What
I
is
don't
that?
think
what
we
what
have
does
2 to
solutions
3
start
years,
look
to
at?
be honest.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing obviously different organizations move at different speed, and there's obviously, if you're like a manufacturing company or a bank, like different priorities. But I think what we're seeing is like pockets of the organizations are starting to like by itself kind of reorganize, if that makes sense. And I really think that success, just peers talk to each other. I mean, that is the, forget about all the marketing. All the marketing sounds the same nowadays. Peers talk to each other and they share best practices of like what works and what doesn't. And so I think in the next 6 to 12 months, we're going to see a lot of that practical consolidation in the teams and the tools to basically execute, get much closer to machine speed execution on the defense side.
So it almost sounds like there's also that classic challenge that organizations have of teams becoming too siloed.
Yes.
And it sounds like
Yeah,
you're describing that both on the teams as well as the tools.
As the tools,
to
yeah.
help
I mean,
CISOs,
I think we build the teams around the tools as we kind of evolved with cybersecurity, and now we need to swing the pendulum because we have the ability to do that with AI, right? But again, it is far from trivial. The complexity is extreme. The volume of the data is extreme, and so it's not just throwing a bunch of data into LLM and hoping that it gives you something. There's like
just give me something.
the harnesses are kind of like extreme number of steps and all of that. But we're doing things and we're seeing things like that we couldn't even dream of like three years ago. At Kai we process like millions of vulnerabilities in a matter of like hours, or we're autonomously containing attacks and getting from like threat intelligence to autonomously deploying detection rules in like 7 to 8 minutes. This is truly what machine speed looks like versus the days and weeks that it currently takes to do all the handoffs between the humans and the different teams and all of that.
Yeah, and I suppose the other way, maybe a final way I'd summarize that, is that a lot of the tactical, tedious work, to be alliterative, throws over to the LLMs, but the humans then have that context and that strategy to see the larger picture, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And to think strategically about what happens next, and to also, again, so to speak, define the boundary of trust between AI and the humans. I think the whole paradigm is changing between, the last 20 years we've lived in tools give us alerts, humans do something with the alerts, right? One of the things we're driving very strong at Kai is like, how can we're shifting that paradigm to like, what did Kai do for me in the last 24 hours? How many assets were auto-remediated? You know, how many detections were written? Like, what was done? And then what is left for the humans to do? Where do we need the human for that remaining, 1%? And I think if you put it into that prism and in that lens, autonomous defense becomes a reality, but there's a lot of work to do. And unlike the attackers who have kind of like extreme autonomy, and they can just repurpose a lot of things, we have to rebuild the plane as we're flying it. And that's not easy.
Not easy. And not easy to summarize in 15 minutes, but you did a wonderful job. Thank you so much, Galila.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us, everyone. To learn more about Kai, visit securityweekly.com/Kai, K-A-I-B-H. For all of our Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/blackhat. And stick around, we'll be right back after this break.
Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Jackie McGuire, and joining me today is John Hultquist. He's the Chief Analyst of Google Threat Intelligence Group at Google. Thanks for being here, John.
Thanks for having me.
How's your Black Hat been so far?
So far, so good.
Yeah? Have you toured the show floor at all?
I haven't been down, but I'll be there soon, I think. Yeah.
What are you looking for when you're out on the show floor?
We're in this really interesting period where obviously the AI stuff is going on, but I think that a lot of the solutions to a lot of these sort of AI challenges are going to be AI driven, and so I'm really interested in seeing some new ideas out there on the floor. I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah, I think anytime there's an explosion of innovation in any industry, it brings problems with it. And then just seeing how all these different startups spring out to try to solve different pieces of the problem.
Exactly. And there's there's like 1,000 different kind of solutions, right? I think you could apply. It's kind of exciting.
Yeah, awesome. So tell me a little bit about what you do at Google.
So I'm from the intelligence team. We basically track bad guys for a living. We track them, criminals and state actors, people like we look at industrial control systems and vulnerabilities and a whole host of problems to basically keep our users safe, so Google's users safe, but also customers. We have security business and that intelligence that we provide is baked right into the security product.
Awesome. ICS has a special place in my heart. My husband and I started a mechanical contractor 15 years ago.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And I was working in investments and venture capital, but he needed help, so I went and got certified in BACnet and carrier CCN and a handful of different automation languages. So we were actually talking about that at DEF CON last year. My husband was saying to people, why would you attack the servers when you can just attack the temperature sensors and trigger the fire foam, or there's so many other ways you can sabotage.
That's a really good point. I think when it comes to the ICS thing too, it's always a lot of the attacks have been about sort of fooling people into or systems into thinking one thing is happening rather than it's not. And there's a lot more. Potentially with AI, I think there's a lot more opportunity to sort of create that fiction, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure we'll see some examples of that before long.
Yeah, well, we just this last week saw the compromise of a handful of different water treatment facilities, right? And that's been a historic problem because firmware is something that, if I'm a small municipality in the Rust Belt, I might not have a whole cybersecurity team.
Yeah. I come from a small town, and it's not unusual to have the same guy as the head that's in charge of threat intelligence as the CISO, is the CIO, mows the grass, right?
Makes the coffee.
Makes the coffee. It's so. I think a lot of these orgs, unfortunately, are just under-resourced for the problem of dealing with state actor who is in a war.
Yeah. And so one of the things that keeps coming up as AI enters kind of enterprise is this concept of machine speed versus human speed. So how do you think about that and kind of the speed and velocity of threats, especially in the context of threat intelligence and what you do?
Well, I'm really concerned about the sort of speed problem, and two different ways. One is, there's already a lot of discussion about the vulnerability problem. I think a lot of it's sort of are focused on vulnerability discovery and exploitation, that sort of the zero-day problem. But the other side of that is, using AI, threat actors are far more capable now of reversing a patch and turning around a proof of concept and attacking with it in a time frame that was just not possible before, right? Except for a handful of really, really, really smart people. Unfortunately, I think we're going to move to a position where threat actors are turning around patches and producing proof of concepts and running attacks within hours of a patch appearing. And generally, we've told people that they need to be prepared or respond in 48, 72 hours. And that's just not going to be good enough anymore. Right? The other thing about speed is when we get to the network. And so you mentioned industrial control systems. And I come from an espionage background, and there's kind of two sides to espionage when it comes to industrial control systems. There's actors that kind of dig in and wait and sit there, and they don't really want to get caught, and their whole job is to literally not get caught, right? To get in but don't get caught. And so speed's not really an advantage for them, right? They are very careful not to light off any detections. But there's other actors. We see these like in situations in Ukraine, who really their job is to get into a system and break it immediately, as
Like
fast
a
as possible.
Stuxnet type situation?
Well, I would actually put Stuxnet. Well, Stuxnet.
Is that in the
they
first
were, that would say
category?
it's closer to the first category. They were trying to break things very quietly,
Yeah.
as quietly as possible, without raising any, without anybody knowing it. But they're like in Ukraine, there are a lot of scenarios where the job of these actors is to get in as fast as possible and break something. And they're essentially in a race, right? You're going to know that they're in the system because they're going to break a bunch of stuff, and you're going to ask about what just broke all this stuff. And so when it comes to that problem, AI is going to be very, very helpful. And on the industrial control system vein too, is AI is it's code native, right? It doesn't need to necessarily live at the same level of the stack as we're used to, and so I think one of the things that has secured industrial control systems has just been the obscurity of those systems. Well, I think that advantage is probably going to dissipate, right?
Yeah.
With all this baked in knowledge.
Yeah, if you can hack them with natural language to prompt.
Exactly.
Changes.
Exactly.
You don't have to know.
You don't have to be an expert anymore. And like in this space, like the ICS. The ICS nerds are always like the heavy nerds, right? They know some really obscure stuff.
Yeah. Some of the languages are bizarro.
Absolutely.
And like I had to go to like special certification classes for
Exactly.
different languages just to know how to tune like a PID loop, right? It's a very specific language to do it. And each manufacturer has their own language.
Exactly.
It's also like Johnson's is different than Carrier's, is different than Train's, is like they're all very.
It's just a lot to build expertise in, but I think it's going to make that a lot easier.
Yeah. So when you were building out threat intelligence and building protections for some of this, a lot of it was based on kind of Google's own security philosophy for Google, right? So can you tell me a little bit about that and kind of how Google as a whole thinks about securing things, and then how you apply that to what you do and as you're building tools and that kind of thing?
Well, so one of the interesting things that's happened since we've come over, I came over from Mania, and we essentially combined with the TAG team, which was Google's internal team, and Google's internal team started in the wake of something called Operation Aurora several years ago. They had a pretty major incident with a Chinese threat actor, and they really built just a really incredible tool. But it was a very googly tool in that it was built with just world-class engineering. They really know how to depend on and sort of build these incredible systems. So the team was a lot smaller than my team, but they were excellent at what they did because they built these amazing threat intelligence systems. My team came in and we've done things differently. We've leaned on our incident responders, and we spent a lot of time in places like the underground, and we sort of, there's a lot of human touch. But what we found is that sort of combining the two has been extremely beneficial. The new ingredient, of course, is AI, right? And we are already working on ways to make that an integral part of the stack. And it's incredible. It's an incredible tool for intelligence.
Yeah. And is this how Google Threat Defense came about?
Well, we're always sort of inside Google. We're always sort of we've got this almost laboratory science, a grounded approach to a lot of these problems, and some of these things came out of just hardcore research and bets. A lot of our our AI solutions, for instance, were these really cool, almost obscure programs that played out. One of them was called Big Sleep. They started using AI to find vulnerabilities. It was incredible. So, and I'm talking about, this was a tool that was built on the back of the very old, what we would think of as primitive models at this point, right? But it was absolutely successful. And when we started doing that, we started finding vulnerabilities. We started reaching out to people, saying, we found these vulnerabilities. And before long, people were coming back and were like, I don't have time to deal with all these vulnerabilities. And I think the big lesson that we brought forward from all that was that you can take it's not enough to just find the vulnerabilities, you have to find the solutions as well.
Yeah.
And so a lot of our, like CodeMender, for instance, a lot of our newest offerings are sort of built on that depth of experience. And CodeMender is essentially designed not just to find that vulnerability, but literally show you how to patch it and get you that next step. We're going to absolutely have to do that if we want to stay ahead of the threat actor who is taking advantage of this technology as well.
Yeah. So it's always been a little bit of a pain in security trying to fix problems that developer teams cause after the fact. So I imagine that. And now that they're using all these different tools to write
We're always
code,
playing catch up, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah,
you did what?
Yeah. Well, and you get brought in at like step 10.
Sure.
Of this really long process, and decisions have already been made, and money's already been spent, and so the security team is kind of brought in to just like check the box, rubber stamp this, and you don't want to. So, how do you think about kind of as we're moving forward, and you know that these development teams are going to be using all these different coding tools, and you really kind of lose. Like an SBOM isn't a thing anymore, right?
Yeah.
Because it's very hard to even tell what's in the code. So how do we start building, what does the next iteration of relationship between security team and development team look like?
Well, I think, I'm an intelligence person, so I always like lean on intelligence for these kinds of answers. But,
So we're going to social engineer them. And
well,
then
you could. I guess you could do it like like an
security.
old school espionage operation. It's not a bad, or an influence operation. It's not a bad play. But I think the real answer is to let the intelligence guide your risk management, right? So, and you have to be careful not to get too far off into the weeds, and I've been guilty of that too with this stuff. But we have a pretty decent idea what some of these challenges are going to look like, right? And that's based on what's sort of we're realistically seeing in the threat actor environment. Now, there's always somebody out there who's going to show some really cool thing, like a DEF CON. Somebody is going to drop some amazing attack, right? And I've been doing this for over 20 years. There's always some amazing attack, and a lot of them just simply are not realistic. They're sort of laboratory attacks. You kind of have to really think about, is this possible? Is the motivation there? Is this really what is the actual number one priority or the number one concern? Well, about 2 years ago, I started talking to CISOs about this stuff, and I come with all my cool whiz-bang espionage, theories, because it was really early. And I walked out of the room. The lesson I learned is their number one concern is that some shadow AI, somebody using something that they don't know about, and I had it was kind of a reality check for me.
Yeah, I always talk to college kids, and I'm like, I hate to tell you this, but most attackers are not using 0-day exploits, and they're literally just buying passwords off the dark web and then hoping somebody reused 100%. Them. So I do think that 0 days, the ability to exploit them is getting larger because of AI, right? So you can do that kind of asset and network and stack discovery and figure out where the holes are. But yeah, by and large, it's still just plain old security hygiene.
Absolutely, right? And that's a great use of AI, is to enforce that, and stay ahead on that sort of problem.
Yeah. So at Google AI Threat Defense, you guys advocate a multi-model approach.
Yeah.
So why is that?
Well, one of the interesting things that's come out of the research is that if you look at just on the vulnerability problem, which models find which bugs. You'll find that there's overlap, but it's not perfect overlap. There's actually these edges. There's very pronounced edges on a lot of these Venn diagrams that show that models sort of approach the problem differently. They just tend to surface different things, right? And frankly, different models do different things well for you. Some models are just more efficient than others, right? Yeah. There is an efficiency problem here that we're going to have to address. Tokens aren't, unexhaustible, right? And so we have to make sure that we're considering that as well. As security people, we can't be more expensive than the actual business, right? We are going to have to marshal our resources appropriately, and I think the multi-model approach is probably the best way to do that.
Yeah, I think about that a lot, and when we're building agentic capabilities, I'm like, what happens if there's some type of high volume attack, whether that's a DDoS or a brute force, and like we can't just be throwing token costs on top of that,
Absolutely.
and kicking customers when they're down. Like we need to have guardrails, but then the OpenAI Hugging Face incident showed us that the guardrails can also sometimes be an impediment to responding to incidents, right? Like Hugging Face had to use an open weight Chinese model because the guardrails on their incident response weren't working. So it's probably also important to have models that have different guardrails so that
Yeah.
if one of them won't do what you're trying to do, you can still respond to the incident.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, so what do you have going on for the rest of Black Hat? Anything we should be looking at?
I'm going to be talking about AI a lot.
Really?
Yeah, believe it or
Wow.
not. Yeah, believe it or
Dang.
not. There's a
Dang.
lot of that going on.
I haven't heard the word zero trust yet this week, which is great.
That's bizarre,
It's like-
huh? Yeah.
It's like last year, that was the only thing anybody wanted to
Yeah.
talk about. The
Still
year-
matters,
The
but
year before
I mean,
it was XDR. The year,
yeah.
there's always.
I will tell you though, I've been doing this for a very long time, and nothing has changed this fast, like in this business, like it's changing now. It's unbelievable.
It's exciting.
But it's very exciting.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something wrong with me, but I'm really excited about
That's
it.
why security is the best place for ADHD people, right? 'Cause
Absolutely.
it's never the same thing
Absolutely.
2 days in a row.
I would be so bored in any other business. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, John, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks. All right. Stay tuned. If you'd like to learn more about Google, you can visit securityweekly.com/GoogleBH, like Black Hat. And for full Black Hat 2026 coverage from the CyberRisk Alliance, you can visit securityweekly.com/Black Hat. Stick around. We're going to be back right after the break.
Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is John Hurley, Chief Revenue Officer at Optiv Security. Thanks for being here.
Look forward to being here. Thank you.
So this is we have a busy day, a busy week here at Black Hat. Everybody's talking about all kinds of things. I'll mention AI just to get that out of the way. But I don't think AI is the only challenge out there. And you work with a lot of customers. They say, we need help us out, help me Obi-Wan Kenobi,
Yes.
right? What are they still struggling with? Is it everything is AI, or are there a couple things besides AI that they struggle with?
Well, I would tell you, I still think today our audience is the Chief Information Security Officer at most companies that we do business with. And the old challenges are still the new challenges, right?
Okay.
And so I think the unique part about Optiv is that we've been doing this for a while. And our advise, deploy, and operate model is unique in the environment because many of our partners and competitors out there do one thing and they try to do one thing well, except for pulling it together. And we spend a lot of time meeting our clients where they are in their cyber journey because they could have a problem that they need advisement on. Mm-hmm. They could be challenged with, hey, I'm trying to get this technology deployed and we're struggling with it, can you help us? And in today's environment, it's a competitive marketplace out there and people are trying to find people to come help operate. Yeah. And the fact that we start from advise to operate puts us in a very unique position to help our clients.
Well, and some of those things, I was actually having conversations earlier this morning just about one of the classic problems is, what is your asset inventory? Where are your applications? And I'm sure there's also been a history of, we've gone from shadow IT to shadow cloud to shadow AI. What are some of these challenges? Like, what are some of the things that interest you when the clients say, we're really struggling with this, how do we handle it?
Yeah. Well, I think we're in another one of those transformational times in our marketplace. Cloud was very unique many years ago. And if you're the CIO back in the day, they would realize that many of their workloads moved into the cloud because the business owners are trying to move much more quickly than IT could allow them to do that. Next thing you know, they had a very large spend of cloud spend with AWS or other, right? I think we're in the same journey today. I don't think there's a company out there today that's not trying to figure out what can AI do for them. Mm-hmm. And the CISO, the CIO, the entire executive team on IT is trying to protect their personal property, intellectual property they have. And so our job really is to come in and say, look, AI is not bad. AI has some greatness to what it can do. But with security guardrails around that, you can protect a lot of your intellectual property and that data from being exploited when it's not used in the right way. So we're dealing with that as a big issue. We don't want to slow people down from using AI. We want them to deploy it. We just want them to deploy it safely.
And it feels like, to me at least, it feels like the AI is not just showing up on developers, or is helping for classically, as I said, the application inventory or software composition analysis, supply chain. That's all very much security teams and developers, but everybody could be, within the org, could be using AI now, whether they're coding something or they're just accessing that data like you were saying. Has that changed the tenor of the conversations you had? Have there been surprises that customers are like, oh, we didn't even know we had this problem, and you're helping them understand the problem's bigger than they even think?
Well, yeah, I think there's a lot of really interesting technology that's now being introduced to find out what is the agentic experience that's going on in many companies today. And you think about the growth and explosion of agentic capabilities with agents out there today. And you yourself, me and myself, over a period of time, we're going to potentially have hundreds of thousands of agents doing work for us. And we're just individuals. Think about that on an enterprise scale. So having tool sets and capabilities to really scan the environment is what most CISOs and other what do we have? Mm-hmm. What's being run? Do they know what they're supposed to be doing? Are they doing the right things? Do we have guardrails around that so they can take advantage of that capability? That's the part where people are really trying to get their hands wrapped around what AI is bringing to them.
Yeah, that's just what are they doing? What do we have? Those sounds like fundamental questions CISOs have that just get refined for the different tools or technologies, what have you. And I'm curious then, tell us a little bit more how that translates in this advise, deploy, operate, because the narrative sounds pretty clear between those three words, but I'd love to hear some details of what that looks like in practice.
Yeah, so we have a group inside of our organization, our client advisory team. Think of the smart guys, technical guys that understand, that technical ladies that understand what they're doing. And their job is really to come in and meet with that security operations team and understand what they're doing. So you think about our business today, we've been doing this for a very long time, so almost 30 years in time frame that we've been working with clients. So our expertise is very unique because across 10,000 clients, we've seen a lot of different things. So it gives us a different, unique experience. So that advisement part is really important. And then we can move that from let's help you deploy that capability in your environment. So we have folks that will come in and actually take the technology that we said you needed to fill that vulnerability or that process challenge you're having and deploy it correctly within the architecture that you're looking to actually deploy. And then again, the operate side of it is, we do this for many, many, many large companies around the world today, is actually manage their security operations center, and we do that in a couple different ways. We have a boutique offering today. I call it boutique because it's unique to every client, has a different experience, where we'll manage their security operations center today. And you've heard about our Optiv Agentic security operations platform that we have been deploying out to companies today about how can we help them do a better job of managing that risk, like what's out there, the detection part, how do you remediate those two capabilities? And we've got a great partnership today that we've been announcing with our Google security operations folks. We have a tight integration with Wiz now today because there's a big cloud component that comes in there. Sure. Wiz brings us that capability. And then at the end of the day, you bring in Optiv's advisory and our practitioners, and we have a full circle from advise to operate to deploy to operate with that model.
Yeah, and I want to come back to the operate, but I'm going to jump into the middle part there because you said something that I don't want to let go by. Deploy correctly. Yeah. That correctly is a very important qualifier, which leads to kind of, and I think this leads on to possibly the operate aspect as well, is what does it look like for the CISOs or the customers to see, this was a successful engagement, or we're actually having success with this tool, versus have you even gone and said, get rid of this tool because it's not helping you?
So we announced several years ago a platform called Optiv Market System. And what that effectively does is take a standard security operations template that most CISOs understand. So think data security, network security, identity, so different domain structures around that. And there's control points that CISOs usually organize around. So our ability now is to go in and look at those. I have an identity challenge, an AI identity challenge example. So we'll look through that stack through OMS to understand, do you have crossover, do you have duplication? Can we help you with your tech rationalization? Because you already have 3 or 4 different technologies. Let's help you remove those and deploy the right capability based on the stack structure. Yeah. Again, over many, many clients we do business with, it gives us a leg up on our competitors because we've seen it in so many different verticals, so many different clients, and that OMS platform gives us a real-time ability to talk to our CISOs differently than the other folks in the marketplace today.
Now, and you mentioned you have so many clients, you have just a lot of the experience, education that you get just from seeing what problems they have and seeing what good solutions look like. I'm sure there's also a practice what you preach, because you mentioned too, introducing agentic just to help with your own operations side of thing. Were there surprises there? Were there something interesting that Optiv even encountered rolling in agentic assistance for yourselves?
Well, I think everybody's looking at how they can get. Is it a cost savings or is it an efficiency that they're trying to get to? And I think when you're looking at today what we've experienced, call it 12, 18 months ago, you were still dealing very much manually, meaning person versus person and what was coming at us and what was doing. Agentic, like many, has given us machine versus machine capability and speed, because the bad actors out there today are also using AI to what they think is good because they have a different remit that they're trying to go use. So we're now competing machine and machine. So I think from our perspective, we want to be able to detect faster. We want to be able to have an opportunity to make decisions quicker and remediate before a threat actually happens. So we're not about trying to find it, we're trying to end the threat before it actually happens.
And I love that, because that leads to that idea of preventative or being proactive. And so much that I hear about, especially with vuln scanning, look at all the CVEs, look at all the things we can find. That's still just, you wrote some code, there were some bugs in it, bugs happen, let's go fix them. How much are you able to go and say, let's prevent something before it even happens, or let's sandbox or isolate your what have you, your widget, before these vulnerabilities become more impactful? Are we able to, do you have a share between the proactive versus reactive ability you're able to help with here in this advise, deploy, operate
Yeah, I
scenario?
think, again, the agentic security platform that we announced really gives us that ability to take the best advantages of our knowledge of what's going on in the marketplace today because of our history in the market and what we see across many, many clients. We have machine capability now because we've aligned agentic capabilities within it, so we're really trying to compete machine for machine. Yeah. And we're using best of breed capability with Google SecOps and Wiz and Engage. So you bundle all that together, we really are trying to get ahead of things, so we're ending things before they happen because we're seeing it early. So we're ending the threat before people even know it's happening.
Yeah, and there's got to be one of those things that gets into, one of my go-to questions always about metrics. What are people looking at? I'm curious, as you're working with CISOs, it sounds like you also have an appreciation, obviously, for the business nuances of security tools, security programs. Are many CISOs still getting clued into that, or is that an area that you're also helping just educate them on as well?
Well, I don't think you'll find many CISOs today that aren't running anywhere between 50 and 70 different security technologies, right? Because they're trying to solve problems based on their business case or their industry, what they may be going after. That's an expensive model in a lot of cases. So they're fundamentally challenged to not only find common place in that environment that they're run, but how do they run it cost efficiently, right? So again, through OMS, Opted Market System, we have the ability to come in and show them where those capabilities, where they've already bought 2 or 3 in the same platform, that they could reduce. So trusting in us allows us, again, from an advisement perspective, to say you could remove those 3 or 4 things. You don't lose resiliency. We freed up dollars for you to go invest in capabilities because of AI is not always giving you the extra budget you might want, but it's giving you that capability to do that. And what we're trying to do is help the CISOs in those audit meetings have a much better answer for the compliance guys, right? But it really is trying to simplify their environment at the utmost while not lowering that level of resilience.
Yeah, I guess I'm laughing because I guess developers got to have a period of token maxing, but I guess CISOs didn't get any budget maxing.
No.
It was budget cutting all the way around.
I may be wrong on this, but not many CISOs I've sat down with in the last year have told me they got an AI security budget. It's really been help us protect from AI where it's bad and see if you can do that within your own budget. That's really a great opportunity for our advisors to be able to come in and help them navigate that conversation.
Well, and part of that, to slightly less jokingly, it's got to be help us. The question can't just be help us use AI, because that seems so ambiguous. What do you even mean about AI, or what is it helping? How do you, if somebody comes to you with that very basic question, help us with AI, how do you approach that?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it is, don't be scared of it, right?
Okay.
I mean, it really is. You can deploy AI very safely. I think proper guardrails to be in. Do you have data, and do you understand where your data is? Do you understand what kind of data is? Have you marked your data? Do you know what those are? So, because there are things that people want to be able to use that's out there in the ether inside the web, right? If you want to call it that in old terms. But people need to understand where the guardrails really are. And that's one of the things that we're trying to do is deploy AI safely, securely, and that's what a lot of our advisor teams spend a lot of time with the teams on, and then we help them deploy that capability safely.
Yeah, and it's got to be the case, I'm going to guess that having those guardrails, or just knowing where your data is and how sensitive it is, not everybody has that, even the Fortune 500s, even Fortune 100. So part of this has to be just kind of these old school problems, if you will, that you're helping companies with. Is that the case? Yeah.
Well, I think, and you've seen, people, you go back to the age of that COVID virus that was out there in the market, where people are really trying to figure out where they store their data, right, and protect it. And you start to talk about 100-year archives and what that data they want to lose, right? So I think that was up in the cloud. Now as they bring it back to start using LLM AI capabilities to really start to be more efficient in their business operations or find new opportunities, we really are helping an old world problem during a new world challenge, which is AI. So CISOs, what they were dealing with 10 years ago, are still dealing with the same thing, just at a much faster pace.
Yeah, and it's got to be, and they can't. I'm pretty sure they don't have the luxury to say, give us a couple months, give us a couple of years to get our maturity on our data governance, and then we'll adopt AI. It's sort of like, we may not have any governance, but we're using AI right now. Right?
Yeah. No, I think it's a very good point. I think the business owners, the CEOs, the boards are asking for speed, right? And those that aren't using AI today are quickly going to fall behind. So it behooves us to help them understand how they can get their data in the right place, protected in the right way, so that they can answer the question, yes, we can use AI, and let's go do it today in a safe, secure way.
So it's almost, it's a good message to be able to say, we can give you confidence, we can give you that comfort that whatever's coming across the board next with this use of AI, it's going to be constrained.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to give them the safety that they're not going to get exposed, right? And they're going to get the value out of AI that they expected and that they need and they want in this competitive marketplace.
Yeah. Why not have the AI help with internal systems and efficiency in developers, rather than have the AI help write that blog post that goes, we take your security seriously.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, John, there is advise, deploy and operate. Sadly, we also have to depart just because we're out of time.
Oh,
But
no.
thank you so much for this conversation. Really
Michael, it's
enjoyed
really
it.
nice to meet you. Thank you for the time and the opportunity.
Thanks again, John, and thanks everybody for joining us. To learn more about Optiv Security, visit securityweekly.com/OptivBH. For full Black Hat 2026 coverage, check out from the CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/Black Hat. Stick around because we've got a lot more coming right after the break. Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Leslie Nielsen, Chief Information Security Officer at Mimecast. Thanks for being here.
Thanks so much, Mike. I appreciate the invite.
Happy to have you here because it's time to talk about agents. I'm sure that comes as no surprise. Everybody's talking about agents for at least the past 6 months, at least the past year, a bit longer. But what I'd love to do is dive down into something that's maybe even nuanced, if we can do that in 15 minutes. Everybody talks about agents, and they want to secure them, but what are the risks that they introduce? And I think part of that is I'm going to ask a multi-part question, so try not to spam you here. Is there something really new about them, or do we have a lot of known controls that just need to adapt? If you see the line I'm drawing there.
Understood. Yeah, I'll go back a few years, and when public cloud came out, people were just so afraid. They're like, oh my gosh, public cloud, what are we going to do? And at the end of the day, it wasn't because they didn't know what to do. It's because they weren't doing the right controls on-prem that they could move to the cloud, right?
Yes.
So if we can do the right things in-house, then we can, deal with agents. We don't manage our humans well. There's a lot of things we're not doing well. I would say the biggest risk is speed and sprawl. The speed at which a lot of things are getting deployed, maybe even missing some policies and procedures and things like that. And then the sprawl, it's just people don't necessarily know what's on their network, and it's just moving so fast. It's cliche, but the unknown risk is the highest risk, right?
Yeah, and you mentioned the cloud, and for the longest time that shadow cloud was the new shadow IT, and it's not hard for me to predict shadow AI, right? Yep. And I love the fact that I bristle a little bit at the machine speed everything, but your point was not the speed at which the agents act, it's the speed at which they're getting adopted and showing up. What are there misconceptions that organizations have just about who's using and how they're using agents in the first place?
I think so. Security starts with visibility, right? You got to know what's happening on your network, within your infrastructure, with your employees, on your endpoints. And there's just a lot happening really, really fast. And there's a diatribe here. There's so much pressure to use AI, yet there's also pressure to be secure. And people just don't necessarily know the controls. But at the end of the day, a lot of the controls we already have in place, good visibility, be it SIMs, EDRs, et cetera, as well as identity management, non-human identity, service accounts. An AI agent is a service account effectively. We have a way to manage. We need to extend that over, and the controls that we have around monitoring, detecting, et cetera, should be extended.
I definitely want to pick apart that a little bit because I come from an application security background, and for a long time, to riff on what you said, we talked about API identities, service-to-service identities, and even if we're talking about, you mentioned humans, if I get hired by a company, there's a background check. There's a couple things that happen for me as the human. I got my username and password. There's my identity. But if I then bring on a couple agents for myself, what's the dynamic there? How are you seeing organizations handle that? Are these new identities? Are these Mike's identities? And there's a subtext here about accountability that I'm going to sneak in a little bit later.
Understood.
So let's see how you do here.
Yeah, it's twofold actually. And I'll use some terms. There are various terms out there, but there's an agent that has user agency, and that means it's running under your user account. I know the vocabulary here is tough. Hopefully on your laptop, right? Yeah. And then there's an agent that has full agency. That's a non-human identity. Okay. So you need to be able to identify both. You need to be able to have visibility and monitoring into both. So something that's running on your laptop is going to have the same permissions as you, so you are responsible for it at the end of the day. Something that's deployed as a service, an agent who may even spawn other agents, right? Yep. So you have to think about that. That has to follow your non-human identity standard, and you need to extend it to make sure, and you need to make sure your controls are there to see it and to control it.
So then are there, because you mentioned too, just there have been service identities, and we had controls around saying, well, it should have an ephemeral password or short-term privileges. Do those things map, is that basically 100% mapping to, and we're just calling them non-human identities now? Or are there things that organizations are underappreciating or aren't realizing that agents, there is something about these non-human identities that does actually need something, a new control, a different approach, or a better appreciation for?
So I'll take it back to my public cloud example earlier. I think we have the controls designed to take care
An
of it.
optimist, I love this.
I don't think people have been implementing and enforcing
A
them.
realist, okay.
Yeah, that's it.
So can you give us an example of why aren't they enforcing it? Is it matter? I can list off a spectrum from it's hard to they just don't know to they're just they're on a maturity curve. Are there certain things that you think is more common than not around why they're having these problems?
Yeah, risk in cybersecurity is a pendulum, right? When something happens and it happens a specific way, the pendulum swings way over and it was like, oh my gosh, a service account was compromised at this company. Let's go through and check all of our service accounts, start writing the passwords. We need to get MFA on our service accounts. I hear that a lot, right? And then things kind of slow down. Then it's ransomware. It's the end user, right? So then they kind of, service accounts are important, but we really haven't seen that much on them. We've kind of been on the pendulum back towards the humans and the users, but now we're introducing a whole bunch of service accounts. We got to dust off those controls and make sure that we can implement and enforce them.
And that's got to be tough because me as the human, hopefully I have that pass key, that FIDO key. You can't quite have that fingerprint from the agent. So do we have our corollary there with that agent identity, or how are we then starting to control that agent itself?
It is tough, and there's things like device trust that you can actually do with service accounts. There's one other thing, and I'll just wax philosophical real quick. What is identity management? It's humans, it's non-humans, and it's secrets. And the other thing we have to worry about when we think about these agents, especially with the speed and the sprawl that's going on, is what if they're grabbing credentials and using them maybe when they shouldn't? And I think we've all seen some examples of that in the news lately, right?
Just this, I'll bet that, yes, the OpenAI Hugging Face, I'll mention it because that's one example, but it's not the newest one either.
No.
There have been others. So I think that's the important thing here is that the window of this problem is much broader than just within this very week.
Yeah, and I would even say the people that should get it the most, now they're probably feeling pressure against each other because it's the two big ones that are having the challenges here in the past few weeks. But nonetheless, they should be doing it the best, and they're admitting to failures within their harness and scaffolding environment, within their sandboxes. We've really got to be cognizant of that. So really the takeaway on this short term is non-human identities and secrets, lean in. Make sure whatever controls you had, the pendulum swung back, right? We can't not focus on humans, but agents are going to do everything humans are doing, just at a much more accelerated rate.
Yeah, and I think part of that, to your point too, that's not a gotcha about the Hugging Face example. It's more of pointing out that it's hard to do.
It's hard.
It's easy for me to say, I've been saying a lot during the day so far, like one of the basics of application security, have an application inventory. Mm-hmm. We could say have an agent inventory. Yeah. Okay, that was easy for me to say, but good luck trying to actually do that on something that is up to date, accurate, and is more than just a spreadsheet, right?
And if I might, an AI service catalog, right? We've got IT service catalog. We struggle with shadow IT forever, and some still do, right? Mm-hmm. Get an AI service catalog, have definitions of what's out there so that people can consume and so that they don't do unsanctioned things, or at least are less likely to.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned too that I'm going to lead into your optimism here, and hopefully this remains this way, that smile preserves. You mentioned too that there's that pressure. Use more AI, use more agents, because a lot of companies are experimenting, adopting for whatever reason, whatever that pressure is. And there's that ongoing pressure of, but be secure. And we can't just have that prompt of whatever telling the agent to be and do whatever you're doing securely, right? That prompt hasn't worked yet. How are CISOs talking to the boards? Are they having trouble with these conversations? What are you seeing from the people you're interacting with about where the hard parts of those discussions are?
The people that are having the most success are framing it within their existing risk framework. So we talked about identity management, non-human identity and secrets. We've talked about the ability to detect and respond. Don't put something on your network that you don't have visibility to. So in the short term, the easiest thing to do is say, look, these are risks we've been talking about for years. However, now they're elevated because we have the speed and the sprawl. We have more non-human identities. We have a harder time to detect and respond. So we have a shorter amount of time to detect and respond. The mean time to detect and mean time to respond. That's the challenge people are having right now.
So if I can maybe rephrase that, it's almost an exacerbation of problems we've already had. Yes. It's just a lot more obvious. Yeah. So then, it's Black Hat. There's a lot of a lot of people talking about new solutions, old solutions that have just tagged a couple letters onto them like AI or LLM. What have you been doing? What's Mimecast doing this year for Black Hat? What's new that you're working on?
So we've got a new service and a new product. So from a service perspective, our managed threat response, it is a fantastic service because gives you minutes on response and action. It's definitely worth looking at, especially if you're on the email security side with us. From a agent perspective, we did an acquisition a couple of years ago, Insider. It's called Code 42 after the Douglas Adams book. But it is a fantastic product. It gives great visibility into unsanctioned AI data exfiltration, what's going on your network. And now we're extending it. So that's the user context agent. Now we're extending it to the agent with full agency as well as MCP and data flows. So there's a lot of excitement going on. I go to the board and I say, AI is a risk. We are using our own products and we're actually driving towards that, but we have to be more vigilant and we have to have focus to stay secure.
That focus, and I love the nod to Douglas Adams because there's a great quote too from they're shutting down infinite improbability drive, and there's a quote that goes along the lines of, "We've now returned to normality. Any problems you may have are still your own."
Still your own. Yes, yes.
That sounds like cybersecurity, right?
Pretty much.
But those problems you have that are your own, they do have solutions that you're talking about, like how to translate service identities to the non-human identities, just readapt or adapt these controls. And if you're giving advice to a CISO who's walking the floor today, looking for solutions, looking at what the trends are at Black Hat, what do you tell them as they're trying to navigate an overload of information?
I take a step back. If you're an Anthropic shop, if you're an OpenAI shop, it doesn't really matter. Take your acceptable use policy, put it in, and start asking it questions. Can a user do this? Can a user do that? Can a user do that? And then say, will you export, and I'll speak Anthropic because we're an Anthropic,
Fair.
Will you export a skill that I can import into all agents that will follow the acceptable use policy, right? So the acceptable use policy for humans is going to be different than the acceptable use policy for agents, but have one. And train it. Train your agents just like you train your people. Because at the end of the day, if you don't tell it not to do something, it will do it.
We have seen that, yes. Whether it's random or it was that unexpected. I think one of the things I heard, I think it was Dan Farmer described security as the absence of surprise.
Yeah.
And agents love to surprise us these days, right?
And if I might, I'll quote Rivest from years ago at an RSA convention. He said, we are increasingly asked to build secure systems from brittle components. And it's kind of where we live right now, right? We've had this speed, we have to move fast, we have to get things done. Agile is great, CI/CD, et cetera. But at the end of the day, what we've done is we've built things that maybe aren't the most perfect things to put into production, and now we're even accelerating and we have agents taking advantage of them.
Yeah, and I think, I like how you said that because it takes my mind back to the very beginning where you're talking about, we know what some of the controls should be. We know, as you were saying, that we know the governance of humans and the acceptable use policy. Let's expand that governance now to LLMs. We'll just rephrase it differently to apply to how they operate. Here's your markdown file. But but the challenge then is that gap between here's the practice, the theory to what the practice looks like. And I think, is there a way? Do you have an advice or some suggestion for the CISOs listening there? What's the step in the next 30 days, 60 days that helps get them onto a practical solution rather than just, oh, we know what the theory is, we'll get to it eventually?
Yeah. A lot of people frame things as people, process, technology.
Right.
I would say just make a tweak. Call it workers, process, and technology. And in that workers phase, you have agents and you have people.
Okay.
Think about the controls that you have for people. Think about how you need to change them, modify them, extend them for agents, and just start talking about it like that with your business so that they understand these agents on our network are employees. And a great question to ask is, hey, we know how to get stuff onto our network, et cetera. What happens when we have to fire an agent? What happens when that day comes? And it's system and software development lifecycle, right? You make something,
cool.
You bring it in, you also have to have an exit policy for it and know what to do.
No, I love that framing because if we say insider threat, we can just kind of leave it as what is an insider, and that's exactly, I think, what you were just saying.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. So you've helped me be more comfortable with agents and perhaps a bit more optimistic. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. To learn more about Mimecast, visit securityweekly.com/MimecastBH. And for all of our Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/blackhat. Stick around. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Ramin Farsad, Chief Product Officer at Menlo Security. Thanks for being here.
Great to be here. Thank you.
So it's inescapable in the year of 2026 to talk about LLMs, agents, agentic AI, etc. One of the things I haven't talked about today, actually, or for a while a bit, is what the specific attack surface of these agents are. And I want to talk broadly about that to get your sense of this. But let's start off with prompt injection, because that's a kind of unique to agents, or it's at least very interesting with agents. Tell us a little bit about that and how that fits into the broader attack surface of agents these days.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you know, Menlo's been in the business of securing the browser for humans. And one of the attacks that we stopped for many, many years has been phishing attacks. So humans were fooled by the different
That's a
types
sort
of
of
phishing
prompt
attacks.
injection, yeah.
Prompt injection is sort of similar to that for AI agents, and it's something that we have a big focus on. We learned a lot about phishing and how attackers use that to be able to fool users, and now we're basically looking at how do we do the same thing for AI agents with our own techniques to deal with prompt injections.
And part of me, my background is application security, and so I like the injections in the sense of cross-site scripting, SQL injection, that have the very strict boundary when done well to say, here was the data, here is the code, keep a good barrier between them. With natural language, with prompts, we don't really have that. So how are you approaching that type of problem?
It's a great point. See, the thing about agents is we sort of talk about them in terms of being gullible. They can be fooled. And part of the reason for them being fooled so easily is the way that we actually interact with them. When you're sending information to an agent, it could be data that you're sharing with the agent, but within the data you may actually insert commands as well. And that's something that we all do when we're sitting on the prompt. We say, I'm going to ask you to do this on this data that I'm giving you, right? And many times the agents can be fooled that way because within data that they're consuming, there might be hidden commands that somebody has inserted. And sometimes those commands, if they're coming from a file, they could be completely hidden. There are things that you and I may not be able to see, but the agent will see. For example, what if I put something that's in the same color font as what the background is?
Classic case.
You and I are not going to see it, but the agent not only will see it, but actually act on it as well. So we built technologies to be able to find those type of attacks and stop them in real time.
And yeah, what's at least fun is that there's some cleverness that humans are going back to between the white font on a white background, a new appreciation for Unicode and Unicode sequences, that it's again that the agent see that, but you and I visually miss that. But that's also then part of that attack surface is one thing about the agent just consuming an email, consuming a PDF, consuming an image, for example. But I've been kind of using the word agents a bit loosely. There could be MCP servers, there's just LLMs and models that people may be interacting with directly, agentic, fill in the blank. Help me out here. What do all these look like, and what's a good way to deal with this?
Yeah, you're bringing a really good point, right? Which is that now we're seeing agents everywhere.
Yeah.
I might be using an application that has agents built into it. In fact, many applications, many enterprise applications now have their own MCP server as their way to be able to interact with agents. So they allow an agent to be able to directly connect to them. If I'm going on the web and I'm using my browser has agents built into it, right? We have sidebars within any browser that I use today. So the sidebar itself can actually get fooled and be attacked through a prompt injection. So all of these tools that we use today, all the different means that we use today, when an agent uses them, can actually be used to be able to fool the agent.
And I want to say, let's invert that for a second, because I want to say and hope, as a spirit of optimism, that a lot of the controls that we had for countering phishing, protecting humans from phishing attacks, they at least should have some parallels with protecting agents. And I believe that's what things you've been working on,
There definitely is, but what we need to realize is the scale and the speed of the agents. We could handle this thing fairly more in a more straightforward manner when it was with humans, but when we're dealing with agents, and each person, you and I can go and create 1,000 agents in a matter of a few seconds and have those agents perform multiple different tasks, the problem changes. You have to build an architecture that is monitoring the agent in runtime and can scale at the same speed and as the same performance as the agents can.
And so let's dig into that a bit, because part of the monitoring at runtime, following that agent, speaks a little bit to that challenge of just prompt injection, that natural language, right? Was this is this dangerous? What am I looking at here from an observer? What's the intent here, for example? But it begs the question: how do I know this is good or bad? We don't have that classic RFC of the evil bit being set here.
That's right.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of research and work that has gone into separation of commands from data. And that's the technologies that we use as well, and many other companies use as well. But then there's deeper types of technologies that actually go and separate what could be completely hidden to an agent, to a human that the agent would be able to see. And we've added that on top of traditional prompt injection technology. It's the technology that we had developed in the past, originally for humans. We've scaled it. We've increased the performance. We've made it real time to be able to also apply to it.
And this is what you adopted into Mars, I think, if I got the acronym right. Yes.
That's correct. Yeah. So Mars stands for Menlo Agent Runtime Security. And the reason that we built Mars, and we announced it earlier this year, was specifically this. We said, while we have a platform that secures the humans when they're trying to access the web, we need the same thing for AI agents. And web, by the way, doesn't necessarily have to be the internet. It could also be to an application, through an application's web interface, and or an application's MCP interface. We wanted to be able to protect them as well.
So part of that is then, it's the spirit of this is then basically saying, organizations, enterprises are going to use agents. Agents are here to stay. We've even setting aside agents, hopefully we're in the decade where AppSec or InfoSec no longer says no. That failed, let's try something else that might succeed. So you're enabling AI adoption, but how are you doing it in a way that is still building confidence, so a CISO can say, well, we're comfortable letting this agent interact with this sensitive data set, or actually having internet access, these types of things.
That's right. I like how you mentioned that you cannot stop the AI and the AI usage anymore. I think we passed that, right?
Yeah.
That happened many months ago. But I did see actually another middle step that some of our customers took. Some of our customers decided that they would allow their users to be able to build their agents. They would even allow their developers to build agents and use those agents as enterprise agents for their corporation.
Okay.
But what they did is they said that particular agent will not have access to the internet, because internet is the Wild West, internet is where all the threats are, so the agent cannot go to the internet. So I saw that as a sort of an intermediary step that they were taking for additional security. We've gotten together with those customers and we sat with them and explained the technology that we have built to be able to open the door for those agents to safely go to the internet. And the way that we do that is it starts with registering that agents. Identification and registration. So you know exactly which agent it is, setting specific policies, and then while it's performing the task that it's performing, bring in prompt injection avoidance, and also clean the data, do data sanitization so sensitive data cannot leak outside either.
Okay, and so I'm going to have some fun with comparing and contrast. I mentioned like AppSec and cross-site scripting.
Right.
That's 20 years old, and there's an old, 2003 from the OWASP Top 10. Now we actually have an OWASP, the Gen AI security project.
Right.
There's a security framework that they're developing. NIST has an AI framework, right? I think the EU has one.
That's right.
So you mentioned policy, so that's why I'm going to framework side here. How are you tying that policy into frameworks or governance? What is the story behind that?
Yeah, in fact, I did a research on this very recently to try to figure out how many standard bodies and organizations have come up with guidelines around AI. And let me tell you, it's a long list because we also have other standards that are coming from other countries. Singapore, by the way, Singapore government has been very active in that area. So are other governments. And what they're all stating is that you have to make sure that you're in the middle of the chain of what the agent is performing and monitor the actions of the agent and be able to stop that action if you detect that there's malicious work in place.
Yeah, and it's got to be that basically looking at how it's being prompted as well as what that results are coming back from that prompt, right? Because that's where that potential leak is or adverse activity.
And we call it at runtime. We say in runtime, monitor the agent, make sure that you know what the agent is doing is what it was designed to do, versus something that it wasn't supposed to be doing.
So then what does the rollout adoption look like that? Because one of the challenges is that it's great to have a story, but if the story remains a story, and it's great in theory, you could solve this, but then you hit scaling problems, number of user problems, very classic, real enterprise scenarios.
That's right.
What have you seen, and how are you approaching those types of scenarios?
Yeah, so for us, to be really honest and fair, it was a little bit easier. We have been securing some of the largest banks in the world and many governments, including US government. And they trust us. And today we have more than 10 million users a day that are going through our systems and getting secured for web access. So coming in and saying we have the same type of scalability and performance to be able to secure agents was something that they would believe. But that said, we started with simpler applications. The first thing that we started was to say, you have this browser sidebar that is inside the browser and every user has access to it. And this sidebar can get fooled through prompt injection and other means. And that sidebar has access to every tab that the user has open. It can push things into the tab or read data from that tab. Let us secure that for you and prove to you the scalability that we have through our solution. Next, let's go to autonomous agents. And then what we announced at this show, let us also help you with your AI development assistant tools that you're using, your Copilot, your Cloud Cowork, your Cloud Code, right? We'll secure those for you as well. So it was a step at a time journey to get some of our customers to actually get this whole thing adopted.
And that sounds like another common theme that this is going to sound cliche perhaps but shadow cloud, just where does it show up? It sounds like if you're looking into the browser, that's a great place that everybody has a browser.
That's right.
And it's an easier place just to see, oh, this actually looks like this is an agent.
That's correct.
Are you helping to solve that shadow cloud, identifying? What's the story there?
That's correct, yeah. So we first solved it for humans. and that was our shadow AI discovery capability to be able to go down. So you see the parallels.
Yes.
There's so much parallels between these. So we first solved it for humans and we said, if a human is going to a site that has AI, let's make sure that we discover that site. Not just using lists and things like that, but actually use AI to go and discover whether this site has AI built into it. Next, we actually moved into how do we do the same thing for AI agents. The whole fact that we're providing full visibility and registry of the agent gives this visibility to the security teams to know actually what's going through their network and what's actually trying to do something. And the next thing is, what is that agent doing? So just the discovery fact by itself is not enough, but what is that agent doing and where it's going? And that's what we bring.
And that what is the agent doing sounds like that's the beginning of that conversation about those frameworks or governance policy.
That's right, it matches that.
But it sounds like, especially this year, people are just rolling out agents before they even have some governance, I'm going to imagine. That's the reality here. Is there advice then that you have? How does an organization set up a governance or just figure out we're comfortable now to allow the agent to talk to the internet, as you were saying, like they're that intermediate step? What was the confidence that they built to say, we trust it enough now to look at the internet?
Yeah, so it's different for every company. And the truth of it is, and I talk to a lot of customers on a regular basis all over the world, some of them are at the beginning of their journey. They're just trying to figure out, what am I supposed to be doing? Yep. I know my users are using some tools, they're building their own agents. How do I get some visibility? So identification and visibility is something that always comes up in every one of the discussions. Next after that is to try to understand what are the different types of workflows that the agent might be going through. What is it trying to do? Is it trying to automate some tasks? Is it trying to build automation for some data gathering? Is it going to the internet and collecting data? So based on that specific workflow, what do I have to do to be able to secure it?
Okay, and I'm hoping that the story then evolves to, I know what the agent is supposed to be doing, so it's much easier just to have that allow list of saying, if it's doing X, this is good. If it's not doing X, we want to stop it.
That's right. That's right. And again, going back to the regulations that you were talking about, they're right around that. Is around regulating and monitoring and knowing what the agent's original task was supposed to be, and is it still performing that same task or not.
Then as you looked, I won't make you, we don't have that much time, I won't make you list all of the frameworks you were looking at, but is there maybe like a commonality amongst them that you would highlight to a CISO that is, in the next 30 days, here's something to focus on because it's so common amongst the frameworks, or it's just helping you set a really good foundation so you can be on that maturity curve?
Obviously, I'm biased. We're looking at the traffic to see what is the majority of the traffic that is being handled by the agents. What are they doing? What are the different tasks that they're performing? And many companies, their first thing that they're focusing on is, how does this agent go to the internet, fetch data, and bring data back? That's an area to focus on. How do I make sure that as the agent either is launching a browser and going to the internet and or going to the web directly to do web fetching, how do I secure that chain? And then I also brought up the browser sidebar as another area of focus, because that touches the humans versus the agent itself.
And it sounds like that foundation of with the human-related phishing, what's going on in the browser? That
That's
seems
right.
like a natural place to look. So,
Absolutely.
No, that sounds like a great story to me, and it also brings us to a natural end to this conversation, unfortunately. But thank you so much, Ramin.
Thank you very much.
Thanks everyone for joining us. To learn more about Menlo Security, visit securityweekly.com/MenloBH. And for all of our Black Hat 2026 coverage here from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/blackhat. And please stick around. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Ido Geffen, founder and CEO at Novi Security. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for inviting me. Excited.
So one of the things that I'm very interested in talking with you about is the offensive aspects of LLMs and using them as pen testing. And I'm going to set this up with news this week. I'll just go straight for it. OpenAI, Hugging Face, obviously some LLM agents did some unexpected, surprising things. Yeah. Not what you want from just even testing within a lab, especially what you want from a humans doing pen testing or LLMs. So tell us a little bit about what your stack looks like that you've designed for LLM-oriented or focused pen testing.
Yeah, sure. So as you just described, I mean, LLMs today are becoming stronger and stronger. And as we can see when it happened lately to Anthropic and OpenAI,
That's true, both.
Yeah, really went out of control. So one of the key aspects of what we're doing at Novi is really controlling all of the AI stack from the prompt side, harness, and the model itself. So something pretty unique that we're doing, we are training our own AI model that is specialized in offensive security. But we are not just building the best AI hacker in the world, we are also taking safety as a very important aspect, making sure that there is a lot of guardrails from our side that this type of agent or model will not go wrong. So there are things that is embedded inside the model, or that by default we are blocking from the model being able to do destructive actions. For example, if it will connect to a database, it will not do drop table. But also, we understand the risk of those models, so we put an outside guardrails. So for example, a firewall that the agent cannot touch. So basically, once we are starting doing a penetration testing, there is a hard guardrails that the agent, for example, cannot go from the IP address or the domain that we are testing. So making sure that it will not go into places that the customer or us has the intent to.
Yeah, and that makes sense. You have that very deterministic controls around what the model can do. And you were saying you have a model, but I suspect you actually have multiple models in there within this harness. Tell us a little bit about that in the sense of, and I guess maybe I want to frame this as, how much does the model matter for the pen testing?
Yeah, okay, so the model itself is a very important aspect. As you're utilizing more modern and larger models, you have a lot of more capabilities when it comes to sophisticated reasoning. But having said that, the model can get you this far. The harness itself, the tooling, the right prompting, and also the ability to validate to each model what are the right tasks that they're very specialized at. So one of the unique things that we're doing at Novi, we're calling it the Novi Gym. So this is where we build hundreds of real environments, a very large ones, that really mimics the same way that large organizations look like. Yeah. And this is where we are testing in continuous way, the different models with different harness capabilities, with different types of tooling, orchestration, prompting. And this is our way really to validate which model is better for which task. So back to your question, the models are very, very important and they're evolving very quickly. But what we have found that sometimes you can get into the same results and even sometimes better than the frontier models in a fraction of the price if you are doing the right mix of open source models, closed models like Opus or ChatGPT, and our own proprietary model.
And that's what sounds key to me, is having that gym that is both representative of what real enterprises look like. It's not just a CTF kind of setup, which is no shade against CTF. They're used for a different purpose. But part of that then, I'm curious about this training gym, and I won't make you do some push-ups as you answer this question, don't worry. But what are the types of vulnerability classes that you're looking at here? And the reason I'm asking this, just so you know, is that I'm always curious, can the LLM do great against cross-site scripting, SQL injection, basically dump a bunch of junk into an API and see what comes back? But then there's some business logic here that tends to be human and maybe LLMs. What does that spectrum look like for you?
Yeah, great question. So by default, we are basically trying to look for any type of a vulnerability that's out there. So for example, when it comes to web applications, so we are mapping ourselves to OWSDG, which is the best practices in the industry. And you're right, we're covering from cross-site scripting, SSRF, privilege escalation, and etc. But our claim to fame specifically at Novi is the ability to detect novel business logic vulnerabilities. I can give you examples.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so for example, if it's an HR system, we want that our agent will try to validate that employee A cannot see the salary of employee B.
Yeah.
So this is an example of a business logic vulnerability. I will give another type of example is, let's say that we have a flight ticketing application. So you want to make sure that you cannot manipulate the amount of dollars that you need to pay in order to book for a flight. So these two examples are real examples that we found in production environments, these types of issues. And you can do it only if you can really understand the business logic of the application, what this application is doing, what are the workflows. And this is something pretty unique that we're doing at Novi.
That's cool to hear, because and the reason I like hearing about the business logic is that if I were to make wishes, I wish that the cross-site scripting SQL injection would mostly be disappearing because of the choice of frameworks, and we have the IDEs can say this, you're not using a prepared statement. The business logic is more subtle, and it's about that authorization you were pointing out, or just manipulation of, can this coupon be applied multiple times or not? That's really interesting. And I'm curious then, how are you measuring the success there? And in the sense of, do you have to run your pen tester once, 5 times, 10 times to finally find that? Because there's still always some non-determinism that isn't necessarily bad, it's just, did it find the vuln?
Yeah, that's a great question, because part of what brings these new models and new agents, the creativity aspect is also comes with a lot of non-deterministic flows, which is also very hard sometimes to comprehend, or also what is the stopping point, right? Because maybe I need to do it all the time, but it's not feasible, right? I mean, it costs a lot of money when it comes to token consumption. So part of what we're doing at the Novi Gym, we've defined 6 key metrics that we are measuring. So the first 2 is precision and recall. Recall means how wide you're going. So let's say that you have in one application 100 vulnerabilities, how many of those you were able to detect. And then precision is what is the true positive or false positive rate, which you want to be very low. So this is how we are benchmarking ourselves compared into our own environments. And this is how we are seeing how we are improving over time with our models, with the right harness, with the right prompting. And when it comes to customer environments, one of our best way to really being able to benchmarking ourselves is many times those type of applications, people did penetration testing.
Right.
So what we can do is running our own assessment and then doing comparison to what the manual penetration tester was capable of detecting. And this is how we can know if we were better, the same, or we did worse, and what exactly we need to do in order to improve for the next thing.
And I think the other thing, I'm smiling again because it's so nice to hear you're measuring this and benchmarking for yourself, because models can change for whatever reason, there can be new models, but just using the latest one doesn't necessarily mean that's the best, or what you don't necessarily know what changed. So having that baseline of this is what we should be finding sounds very appealing. And you mentioned too the manual part. You basically predicted what I was going to ask. How much of a gap is there between the humans doing pen testing versus the agents that are doing it?
So I think that it was, for a very long time there was a question of how much AI models or AI agents, when it comes to offensive security, will be able to be as good as a person. And I think that now this question have a good answer. I mean, those models with the right people that have the expertise is the right mix. And in the end, those models are not getting tired. They're not doing weekends. No, so seriously, I mean, what we're seeing that in a matter of hours, we can go much deeper and wider than a human can be. But on the other hand, there is still a very large portion of expertise and understanding from people. And I will give you examples. So one of the big questions is, let's say that I find an issue. Does this issue is really applicable or not? So I will give an example. User enumeration, the fact that you as a user in one application can see the other users. So in most applications, it's a pretty severe issue that you don't want to happen, right? That let's say that you're in Bank of America, I don't want you to know that my username but on the other hand, when you're using Facebook, it's not a bug, it's a feature that you will be able to know very easily that I'm also a member of Facebook. So this is part of the network effects.
Yes.
So many times, after we are running 1 or 2 assessments against an application, this is where we are working with the practitioners, and they, for example, can mark some of the issues as this is not applicable to my specific application. They can now prompt it and say, please focus on my payroll model and look deeper for issue that is related to whether an employee A can see the salary of employee B, because this is something that is very crucial to my business. So again, this synergy between people that understand what is important for the business and the AI, it's this, from what we are seeing, giving a very unique results.
Yeah, and I'm nodding along because my history way back in the past was pen testing.
Oh, yeah.
And what you're describing is very much kind of like that kickoff call, that statement of work that's gearing you towards, we want to focus on this, we don't care about this. But if you have to repeat that with every single pen tester you hire or vendor you're changing, that's different than just updating some markdown files that says, here's the context of this app, iterate, and grow. And that does appeal to me. I like that.
Okay, so now I understand better how you know to ask all of these questions.
That's right.
I was a little bit surprised.
Well, and let me see if I can surprise you some other questions.
Okay.
So there's also many enterprises, as they get larger, they go from external pen testers to bringing in their own manual pen testing team. Yeah. We're also living in an age where everybody has a harness. There's a lot of open source harnesses. How have you seen, an enterprise might bring in their own Vuln Hunter, just to name one of the open source options. How does that compare to what you're doing and what you can provide to them?
Yeah, so basically there's no question about it. There are today a lot of good open source tools that you can utilize, but mostly when you're working with them, you can mostly control only the prompting side. And also you have a very big issue when it comes to token costs, because you can run
That's
it.
It's a huge issue, yeah.
Yeah, so one of the big things that, especially for very large enterprises, the ones that have like thousands of applications and they want to test it continuously, part of the unique thing that we are providing is the fact that we are optimizing all the time the right models for the right tasks, and building our own model is the ability to provide a predictable cost. So what we're seeing in large organizations that are trying those type of tools, getting into a very big checks when it comes to prompts, but also there is a lot of issues when it comes to, there is no question that the frontier models are capable of detecting vulnerabilities, but again, when it comes to precision, how many of those are really true positive? So the bottleneck really moved from finding issues to being validate what is truly exploitable and what is not.
And I think what is important here, I think what you're also checking is, it's good to have that benchmark, that training gym, just to say, we can find this type of input validation, SSRF, business logic, but you're also testing, I don't have a good metaphor here for a physical gym yet, but what the cost, what does it cost to find this? And I think, can you tell us a little bit about what that benchmark looks like?
Yeah, definitely. So first of all, what we did is, and you were a penetration tester, so you know part of the methodology when it comes to finding an issue, for example, in an application. So you're starting, first of all, with mapping the application, and then you're analyzing it, you understand how does it work, what are the different connection between the different elements, and then you are coming with some kind of hypothesis about, I think that this field seems to be susceptible for this type of a vulnerability, and then you're trying to hunt for those type of vulnerabilities. Yeah. And then you need to validate and fix. So if you think about it, every step in this journey, you need a different types of reasoning. Yeah. Many times, like the hypothesis on, I think that in this area it smells suspicious that it may be susceptible for SSRF. This is where you need a very strong reasoning. But after you have this hypothesis, like what we are calling it the hunting side, this is something much more deterministic, something that is much more straightforward. So you don't need to utilize the state-of-the-art LLM. Yeah. You need it maybe for the hypothesis side of the AI, but not for the mapping or the hunting side. So part of what we are doing is trying to understand which type of model you need for which task, and then we can see that we can get to same precision and recall, but with different combinations that can cost you 10 times less, with the right combination of different models for different tasks.
So you're very much paying attention. This is the number of tokens it takes to get to this finding.
Exactly.
That tokens is dollars as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you've described in 15 minutes what it would take me as 2 weeks as a typical engagement to do. So already you saved a lot of time, so I appreciate that. But thank you for this conversation as well.
Of course, it's a pleasure.
Thank you everyone else for joining us. To learn more about Novi Security, visit securityweekly.com/Novi, that's NOVEEBH. For full Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/Black Hat. Now stick around, we'll be right back after this break.
Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Adrian Sanabria, and joining me today is Chris Wallace, founder and CEO at Intruder. Hey, nice to join you here again.
Good to see you again, Adrian.
Yeah. Enjoy our conversations, and today we're talking about AI-enabled pen testing.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you just released a product. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, exactly. So we've just added AI penetration testing to the Intruder platform. So obviously, we come from the background of being an exposure management platform, looking for the weaknesses that hackers could exploit across cloud, external attack surface, applications and everything. And AI pen testing was a really natural evolution of the product,
right.
And a really exciting part of the market to be in right now. I think what AI is enabling is really incredible. Like the quality and the value you can get out of a really fast penetration test is really changing the game. So yeah, really exciting product release for us.
So I gave a talk at RSA back in 2018 that was really focused around, like, there's a lot of wasted time in pen testing, a lot of stuff that should be automated. Like, there's actually very little pen testing in a traditional pen test. Like, a huge chunk of what you're paying for is somebody to run a scan and wait on it, and then a huge chunk of what you're paying for is somebody to sit down and write a report in Microsoft Word and then export that to a PDF.
Yeah, definitely.
Right? And then there's this little bit in the middle, like one of the slides I had kind of represented the time used, like what you're actually paying for.
Yeah.
There's this little sliver in the middle where they're actually pen testing.
Yeah.
Right? Like, a lot of it's just just gathering all that information. But before we dive deeper, something I want to clarify, and you already touched on it a little bit, is for that talk, I did a survey and I found when I say penetration test, the vast majority of people think of a web application assessment, what I would call a web application assessment.
Yeah.
Something very focused on a single web application. Whereas, like, when I said penetration test, when somebody says that to me, I think social engineering, external, internal, maybe physical.
Right.
Like, I think of the full gamut of services that you can perform in the big picture, right,
Yeah.
of the whole organization. We're going to do OSINT first, right, and very broad scope.
Yeah.
So this tool you've built, like, what is the scope of what it can
I'm glad
assess?
you asked, actually,
Yeah.
because sometimes I forget as well. You just assume, don't you, what it means. So we've released penetration testing for web applications. That's where we're focusing first. All of that other stuff you mentioned, I think AI has equal application there, and I think it's a really exciting path for us to go into in future. But the first version of the penetration testing product is going to be for web applications. So that's where we started, yeah. And it's super powerful there. And what you mentioned about speed and what human can do and what the AI can do, the results we've seen in just a few hours from a AI pen test is weeks of work from a human. Like, it's literally churning out 65 critical vulnerabilities across 4 code bases in 4 hours, and it would have taken a human weeks to do the same thing. And it's really focused on some really critical stuff, which is incredible. So yeah, we're seeing some really amazing stuff from it. Does it fully replace a human? There's still a question mark on that. I think there's areas where humans are better, or they can be more follow a methodology, which the AI struggles with. But the AI is incredibly good at just zooming straight in and finding some really niche critical things that human might miss. And we've got cases where it found stuff that humans have missed for years and years, and the AI's just gone in and found something amazing in minutes. So yeah, it's really incredible.
Like I think it's difficult to compare what you're doing with this tool to what a human would do, because we always have to prioritize. Like, any pen test I've ever done is time bound, is limited by how much money you want to spend for it and how much of my time that money buys you.
Yeah.
Right? And even internally, say I'm an internal pen tester somewhere, I'm still time bound, right? Like, as a human, I only have so many waking hours. I only have so many hours where I'm actually productive and focused. Like, I think a lot of people don't realize in a 40-hour work week, you're not productive and focused for all 40 of those hours, right? Yeah. Like, and especially going through pen testing results, like, you can only work on that so long before your brain is just fried. You're going to start missing things.
So true, yeah.
And you're going to stop and you're going to move on to the next thing.
Yeah.
So I like the idea that, okay, now we can cover all of it. We can test everything.
Yeah.
As long as, is pricing still a concern? Right, we've seen these issues with token burn. Like, do do we need the largest model?
Not for everything, yeah.
Right. So also let's talk about the harness, because I think a lot of the getting away with using a cheaper model is having a really good harness, right?
Yeah, definitely. So just to touch on what you just said though as well, like humans will also focus their time in ways that they assume they're going to get the most value as well. So yeah, they can follow a methodology and testers do, but they'll often skip parts of an application that they think is going to be secure. Like if there's an SSO, like single sign-on, they might look at that and think, okay, SSO, that's going to be secure. Like I'm not going to delve into that.
Or it's more likely to, and I have to choose where I spend my time.
Exactly. Right? Am I really going to go looking for a weakness there, or am I better looking for SQL injection somewhere else?
I'm not going to find a weakness in Okta, right?
Exactly, but that's one of the places we have seen that AI pen tester really shines, because it looked at the code and said, and it's code assisted, by the way, so that's one of the things that makes it super powerful. It looked at the code and just saw immediately that there was a flaw in the way that one of our customers had integrated with Google single sign-on, and it just wasn't checking, it wasn't authenticating through Google, it was just accepting the email address and then signing you in. And like that kind of thing, I don't know if a human pen tester would have gone to check that, because they might have just seen, okay, Google SSO, I'm sure that's fine, right? And instead it's like completely flawed.
So it literally was not authenticating.
Not authenticating, just logging you straight in. And like, fair enough, like someone's made a mistake, and those are the things that creep in sometimes, but would a human have found it? Yeah, we're not sure. So a good one on a good day, sure. But someone who's, like you say, prioritizing their time and they've got to follow the methodology and do all their steps, maybe not, right? So super interesting. And yeah, speaking about the harness, obviously we're working to make it as efficient as possible. So we use the best models we can to do the best work. But when you're writing the report, for example, or when you're challenging some of the assumptions that have been made, you don't always need to use the frontier.
Yeah, you can use a sonnet, not a fable.
Exactly, yeah.
Not an opus.
So we're using that to then maximize the value, because you're still paying for time, you're paying for tokens. Instead of paying for hours with a human, you're paying for tokens. So we then have to be quite conscious about how we're spending the customer's budget and using, making it as efficient as possible, rather than just burning it all on Fable, for example.
So that's interesting. Customer's budget, like, are tools like these that are AI enabled, does the customer bring their own model? Can they use their own cloud enterprise plan? Or
That's a great question.
Are you basically letting them pay the token cost and they pay you for the harness, essentially?
It's a really good question. Yeah, not right now. So we're offloading all of that. We're running all the models under the hood.
Okay.
In future, I can totally see a world where people would bring their own. But yeah, for right now, we're outsourcing it for the customer, basically.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like, to optimize this thing. I just went to a small AI summit that they're having over at the Mob Museum. They rented out the Mob Museum for it. And it was interesting hearing some of what they're talking about, because they're talking about, like, you don't just need to think about false positives and true positives, but also false negatives. Like, sometimes if you take the, if you have the model rein things in too much, maybe it doesn't have the freedom, or doesn't feel like it has the freedom to find some things, and you end up with false negatives where it's actually skipping stuff.
Yeah, I think that's one.
So I would worry about that. Like, if the customer brings their own, all of a sudden the quality of the product goes down by no fault of your own, but because the customer has, like, really heavily guardrailed and scoped their own models.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of the areas we're seeing. Because these things are non-deterministic, they can be quite difficult to control, essentially. That's why the whole Hugging Face thing happened, right? They go off-piste, and that's one of the things that makes them powerful, right? So it's one of the things that makes them amazing, but it's difficult to get them to follow a script, essentially. So we see better results when we just tell it, go and test this app, basically. Just go and do everything you can to find flaws in this app. If we try and tell it, follow this methodology, it seems to struggle with that, and it just goes off piece. So we're getting much better results at the moment, just saying, do your thing. You be you, be an LLM, and do your thing. But with a human, you'd kind of want to see that consistency and that following of the methodology, because you don't want to run a pen test and it comes back with two sets of different results when you run at different times.
Right.
Clients expect consistency, and that's something that I think we need to improve on as we develop this product, because you can't have someone run a pen test and then run another one.
Something
and it's
that
like,
was a true positive is now gone, even though you haven't changed anything?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or like I found something else that I didn't find the first
run. Because that
run.
reduces confidence in the tool.
Exactly, yeah. It's like, well, didn't I just have a pen test, and shouldn't you have found that the first time?
Yeah.
If a human did that, you wouldn't want to use that same human again. So yeah, working on that consistency, I think, is a big part of what we need to improve moving forward. And it's early days in this technology, but that's definitely one of the areas that we need to look at.
So diving again into the harness, I've seen studies that say if it has access to the code, it's something like 10x better at finding vulnerabilities. If it can see the code itself, I assume, because it's a large language model. Code is language. It can spot patterns. This is SQL injection. This is cross-site scripting.
Exactly.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
So what you're doing, is it a mix of it, the model interacting with the code directly, and how much of it is the model using tools or looking at the output of existing tools that were around before, or the types of tools?
Like a DAS scanner, you mean?
Right,
Or,
exactly.
It's a really good question. We haven't integrated those yet. I think that's probably the direction we'll be going in, because those traditional tools are still good at some stuff that the AI is less good at, and I think a combination of the two in future is going to be way more powerful.
Yeah.
At the moment, the AI pen test product we have, it starts with the code, it looks at the code, and then it finds all the things it thinks are weaknesses, and then it goes and verifies all those things. So it's heavily code driven, and that's one of the things that makes it super powerful. But yeah, I think the more tools we can bring in and merge all of the ways that we can get findings in future is going to be even more powerful.
Yeah, because I imagine then, if it's interacting through a browser, right, with the application, maybe you find some things you wouldn't find if you were just looking at the code.
Yeah, exactly. And you wouldn't necessarily want to do it without the code. I think that's one of the big shifts, and what makes AI incredible is it can just ingest an entire code base and just reason about the whole thing in a way that a human pen tester would never do. Like I've done code-assisted reviews back in the day when I was pen testing, and it's actually overwhelming, right? The client dumps this massive code base on you, and you can't possibly get to grips with it and understand it in the 5-day window that you normally have for a pen test, right? So you're way less likely to be able to consume and use all of that information. Whereas with the AI, it's just sucks it up, reasons about the whole thing, and goes straight to, like you say, pattern matching and finding some amazing weaknesses in a really short space of time. So, I think that's a big shift in how penetration tests are done. It's super powerful.
And the thing I have to ask is, it seems like it's really easy for AI to find software bugs, and I've found it more and more necessary to distinguish between a software bug and a vulnerability. Because to me, it's hard to call something a vulnerability if no attacker would ever be interested in using it. Right? And it seems like, just looking at the numbers, like things coming out of Project Glasswing and Mythos, like a lot of what we're seeing, we're not seeing the number of things on CyberRisk, or things that would be high severity, remote code execution. Like maybe it finds a few of those we see in some of these cases, but then it finds a whole bunch of crashes, of cross-site scripting, of stuff, close won't fix, like that are just lower priority. So how are you thinking about, how do you handle prioritization? If AI is able to find absolutely everything, maybe I don't have the capacity to remediate absolutely everything. So give me something I can handle.
Interestingly, on the capacity side, these things do find a lot of issues. In one of the early customers we had, it found 65 criticals and a whole ton of other stuff. And the client fixed it overnight, literally overnight, 65 criticals done. And I think that's a testament to how fast people are moving now with AI coding. They can just go, bam, fix all this stuff, click a button and it's done. And you wouldn't have seen that 5 years ago, 10 years ago. 65 criticals.
I know some
would have
people
been
that are still staying away from AI for coding. So, is it now necessary? If we're using AI to find things, are we now at a point where we kind of have to use them to fix them?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, I think it's an amazing paradox almost that a lot of people are using AI to create this code in the first place, and then we're using AI to find the flaws in the code that the AI has written. It kind of blows my mind a little bit, right?
That's exactly what OpenAI and Anthropic want, right? Is a world where you got to use our models to find the issues, to fix the issues.
Right.
And by the way, some of those fixes are also going to have vulnerabilities in them. So you need to run this whole thing continuously forever, and just keep that token bonfire burning bright.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, exactly. I come from
that's ideal for them, but hopefully we can reduce the number of vulnerabilities we reintroduce, or maybe AI says it's a fix, but we run it back through and actually know it's not fully fixed. Like that's one of the things I've heard is like if it fixes it based off of an exploit, maybe it only partially fixes it, right? Like the scope of the fix is too small.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I come from an audit background, right? And in that world, what you just described is a conflict of interest, right?
Yeah,
It's just like
yeah.
you're kind of marking your own
Yeah,
homework.
yeah.
So I think it's good.
I literally know companies that will not use the same model to do the fixes that they use to find the vulnerabilities.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I've heard people
Yeah.
kind of passing things around. I think that's good for third-party vendors as well. It's like a seal of approval as well to kind of still give us our place in the world. But to your point around it prioritizing things, what we've seen is if you have an app which is super vulnerable and have a ton of critical stuff in it, it will correctly identify all of those things. If there's an app which is more secure, the AI kind of goes into overdrive and it will kind of hype up things which are less important, and it'll say, okay, critical here, critical here. So we have to have like an extra reasoning agent to kind of bat it back down and say, you know, like is an attacker actually going to do that? Is that a serious vulnerability? What's the business risk and stuff? So to try and stop the AI kind of going wild and running a bit rogue. But interestingly, one of the customers we've run through already, it kind of found a postcode lookup. You know these sites where you put your address in and it pings off to a third-party service. And the AI said, oh, that's a weakness because it's blah, blah, blah. Anyone can do that and they can do it all the time and just going to cost them loads of money to look up all these things. And I just thought, that's not an issue. I wouldn't report that. You know, it's not going to cost them anything. It's no big deal. And then we jumped on a call with the client and they were like, I'm really glad you raised that. Like that is a problem. We've had that problem before. We have to defend against it. So I was like, the AI is actually a better pen tester than I was already. So it's quite an interesting time.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's been great having the conversation. This is, I think, one of the most interesting conversations I'm having at Black Hat, especially having been a pen tester.
Same, yeah.
To learn more about Intruder, you can visit securityweekly.com/IntruderBH. For full Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, you can visit securityweekly.com/Black Hat. Stick around, we'll be back after the break. Or is this the last one today? Okay.
Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Jackie McGuire, and joining me today is Frank Vukovitz. He's Chief Security Scientist at Delinea. Frank, thanks for being here.
Thanks. Looking forward to chatting with you again.
Yeah, it's great to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah,
I
it
think
has
it was
been.
the end of last year we were saying. So what's going on at Delinea?
So a lot of cool things going on at Delinea. Always excited to be at Black Hat. We have a big announcement this week about our runtime authorization for AI agents. As you know from walking the show floor, everyone's talking about agentic AI.
Oh, I hadn't noticed.
You hadn't noticed any AI agents. So we have a new update related to that. So we've had a lot of good discussions at the booth with customers about it, and we're excited to talk more about it.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit more about, you said runtime, right? So I think we have this weird tension with automated actions, with giving agents enough authority and access to do what you want them to do effectively, but then they have authority and access so they can start doing crazy things, right? So
Yes.
how does runtime play into that?
So if you think about, they have access to your point. Nowadays, they're getting authorized to begin with, right? And we say, okay, they should do a specific task.
Yeah.
But what we're seeing is unauthorized actions with that authorized access.
Yeah.
And so that's a mouthful, Frank. Well, think about it though. So if it's a human, you or I, and we know a specific task we normally do, and we normally won't finish that task, move on to the next task. In the world of AI with agentic AI, all these agents, do we really know what they're going to do for their next task?
Yeah.
And so runtime is, let's look at what they're authorized to do for a specific action. So singular, let's check it against a policy, and this is what the Delinea solution does with our platform, and say, okay, yes, they're authorized for that action.
Yeah.
So think of it writing to a database, making a call, SSH command, whatever that action or tool they might be kicking off is. Let's check it once. And then in the past, if you're authorized, you can go do what you want to do. No, we're going to let you check it once. It's either yes, no, or let's have a human look at it to prove it. And then your next action has to be checked again.
Okay.
So we're continuously looking at action by action, step by step, task by task for AI agents. Not like humans. AI agents working what, 24/7, 365, so we know the risk, from a risk perspective, a lot more opportunity for them to do things very quickly.
Yeah.
And again, we'll get into this, I'm sure, but talking about the human versus the AI agents and detecting them versus preventative controls. So the runtime authorization says, you know what, we're going to check you every step along the way. We're not going to say you are authorized and so you're good to go. AI agent, you got to prove against our policy that you are authorized for that specific action, regardless of what type of tool you're using, what type of protocol, if you're going through your own MCP server or MCP for gateways or direct connections. A fundamental change in how you look at what AI agents can do, because we're not just trusting it because you're authorized, because you can still do unauthorized things.
Yeah.
You have authorized access. And that's a fundamental shift, I think, in the industry.
Yeah, agents don't really understand the, I can do this, but I probably shouldn't.
Exactly. I just sat through a session, a couple gentlemen from OpenAI were debriefing on all this stuff with the Hugging Face. And ironically, it started off with, they were training some agents, and they gave them a task to say, fill in the formulas that are missing in the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
And a couple links in the spreadsheet went out to some Google sites, and the data wasn't there. And so now the agents start to try to figure out a way to work around it.
Yeah.
And the task of filling out the missing formula became something a whole lot bigger than that.
Yeah.
And again, if we look at each action they're taking, maybe the next action was go to outside sources to try to figure out how to hack into the spreadsheet, that would have been stopped. That's a perfect example how we have to check action by action of the AI agents.
Yeah, and I imagine by doing that, you also, in addition to increased security, one of the things that we're starting to see now becoming an issue is token cost, right?
Yep.
And so if you're
Yes.
controlling it at every action, you can also prevent
Yes.
them from kind of spiraling and
Yes.
just chewing up tokens,
Yes,
right?
yep, exactly. And guess what? If they do happen to spiral and use up a lot of tokens, what are we tying that agent back to? With the solution that's just part of our announcement, we're tying every agent to an identity.
Yeah.
So we can, from an audit history perspective, if you want to ultimately then go research, well, who kicked that agent off? Who owns that agent? It's tied to someone else, so we have an audit trail, 1, and 2, we can do research, and 3, from a post-mortem review, we can figure out what broke and we know who to talk to.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, you can't fire agents, so you have to be able to trace everything back to a
Yes.
human, right?
Yes.
And then see whether it was intentionally malicious or most of the time accidentally malicious.
Yeah, accidentally. I mean, again, in that OpenAI session, they talked about agents sometimes want to do things that are easier for them, and they're not programmed like humans, so sometimes they try to cheat the system, was an exact quote. Whether using resources they're not supposed to, or just extending things maybe a normal human wouldn't. That's why we need to check their activities at every action along the way. If they're supposed to go do a task and there's 10 actions inside of it, we need to check all 10 of those actions step by step by step.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the big challenges is as soon as agents became a thing, like when we in technology say agents, we understand that we're kind of talking about like a daemon on steroids.
Yep.
But a lot of humans anthropomorphize these things and think more like a travel agent or like, so I think it's hard to keep people from attributing human-like qualities like intentions.
Yeah.
And like agent doesn't know I'm supposed to or I'm not supposed to. They don't have malicious intentions or benign intentions. It's just tokens, right? And they're just trying to optimize a line through a graph to collect the tokens they're supposed to collect. And so I think because there's so much anthropomorphization, we think that, why would it do that? It's not supposed to. But they just don't understand supposed to, right?
Exactly. And let's not forget how many agents we're talking about now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the Delaney Identity Security Report we do each year estimated from our Delaney Labs, 43 agent identities to every one human. IBM is 50 to 1. Those numbers are probably at this point have changed to begin with. So the volume of activity from a risk perspective that we have to be in front of, and that's why traditional tools don't work. The way we handle humans' identities or users or employees, and from an access management control perspective, those controls don't work.
Yeah.
The volume of agents, 24/7, 365, we have to look at things differently. We have to be more preventative than reactive, or the auditor would tell you detective control. Looking at logs is great, but it's still detective, right?
Yeah.
And the damage that can be done by these agents, and there's a story in the news every day pretty much now about agents out of control. I was reading, flying out here, I was reading on a plane about a CEO from a company in the UK, talked about they'd used some agents to help update their diaries probably being their Outlook calendars.
Yeah.
And trying to do some scheduling for his executive team. Well, the agent couldn't find a time that worked, so it started deleting, because you use the term events, but meetings off these people's calendars to all of a sudden find space.
It was optimizing.
To your point, a human would not do that.
Yeah.
So again, let's check the action. There would have been nothing in that action that said, go delete entries or meetings off people's calendars.
Yeah.
But it thinks it's helping out.
Yeah. So as
And-
you're doing this, you're kind of bundling the agent, I'm just trying to create it, like when you're doing the runtime controls, you're kind of matching agent, person who started the process, things they have access to. Like, how do you build that complex a profile?
Yeah, and let's not forget too, we're also doing stuff with just-in-time and credentials. So in the past, the PAM companies out there, the industry in general is really good at managing credentials and vaulting, all that good stuff. But now when we look at agents, we got to make sure from a credentials perspective, we don't want an agent to have one that's valid and starts going down multiple actions or tasks and not checking it. So part of our solution as well is injecting the credential just in time, right before the action happens, at runtime.
And then killing it afterwards.
Exactly, killing it. I like that. I don't think it says that in a press release, but yes, that's what it's doing. It's turning off.
Delaney is killing it, everybody.
There we go. But the point is, though, so you don't have to worry about the credentials hanging in with an agent. That again makes it, authorized agents doing unauthorized actions.
Yeah.
So that's part of it as well. And then the other thing, the identity we talked about before, tying it back to someone is critical. And again, we've been doing enterprise-grade privilege access management for a long, long time. And this is extending that. It doesn't matter what the infrastructure is. Doesn't matter if you're hybrid, cloud, on-prem, combination thereof. Doesn't matter what your tool set is. The other challenge that we're seeing in the industry right now is a lot of companies saying, well, we're routing all our agent activity through our MCP servers or gateways. Great.
Those are bulletproof, right?
Well, that's a whole different discussion. But what about the times the agents are connecting directly?
Yeah.
And so from a Delaney perspective, our identity security control plane is one place to go to see all these agents, what they're doing, and again, controlling what they can do action by action. And we think that's critical too. We don't want to have siloed applications or places to go to manage agents. And it is critical to know what they're doing, of course, obviously. And more importantly though, from a broader picture perspective, log an exact time that it in. We have a record or audit trail to go backwards and see. And again, and one control plane, one place to go see that.
So as you're working with clients to implement these solutions, what are some of the other gaps that you see in kind of the delta between MCP and then actual resources?
Yeah, that's the big gap, is they think they're okay because we're running all our agent traffic through one control plane, if you will, and forgetting about the direct connections. So they can't see that.
Yeah.
So doing a test, discovery, or visibility is paramount to all identities.
Yeah.
You can't manage risk for what you don't know or don't see. So that visibility into those direct connections we work with clients that are missing that. And that's an industry thing. We're trying to find one silver bullet. Running them all through an MCP server or gateway for MCP servers is not that answer, because these direct connections happen.
Well, and it's hard, right? Because like sometimes the agent will actually walk you. If you're in, say, Claude, and you're like, if I'm an admin, right, and I'm not a technical person, I'm like, I want to do this thing. It'll be like, oh, okay, just go to this platform and copy this API key and give me that. And like, I don't even know that a lot of times people realize what level of access they're giving agents.
No, I don't think they do, and what's happening behind the scenes. No, I don't think they do, and that brings up an interesting point about the different protocols. I think there's visibility. Again, the delineate, and this is in our announcement as well, we don't care what protocols are being used, what tools, we're pulling all that direct activity as well. And again, with the runtime authorization, you still have to prove every step along the way you're given tasks, action by action by action. I think to answer your original question, that visibility, I think we're missing some gaps there. You can't control what you can't see. I mean, you've been around the space for a long time, I have. When we talk about access management, you still have to know what you're trying to control. And without that visibility, you can't put the right tools and controls in place.
All right, so if you were a CISO today, or a CIO, and you're starting and you walk into an organization and they've just kind of willy-nilly been using different tools, what's the first thing you're going to do, other than call Delinea? But
the auditor in me would tell you everything, you take a risk-based approach. So this great announcement we had, if you read the fine print, it also says, you know what, where it's appropriate based on the risk, because there's certain data, certain teams of agents, if you will, probably are not as critical, don't have as much access to sensitive data versus others. So I think you have to build first an inventory of where we're using AI, we have AI agents, and then on paper, what do they have access to? And then we start building, okay, where's our sensitive areas, business processes, data. I mean, ultimately it's all about data, right? And securing resources, which data is a big resource. It doesn't matter how you're getting to it, through what infrastructure, through what applications, through what servers, does not matter. It's ultimately we need to secure it, and knowing now if I'm a new CISO or CIO, there's a whole new set of identities out there, these AI agents. And I used to worry about just my employees and the access that they had. Now it's a different ballgame, and then the other thing is that 24/7, 365. So I think you're forced to really pivot and realize, you know what worked in the past, and we talked about this earlier, how we manage access for humans, how we did privilege access for humans, has to be looked at differently in the world of AI agents. For many reasons, including they're not humans, like we talked about.
Well, you need to use them for response as well, right? Because to your point, when they're running 24/7, by the time they do something risky, it triggers an alert that surfaces in the SIM, and then somebody actually looks at it to triage it. 100 other things could have happened, right?
100 times 100, yes, absolutely. So I think as CISOs and CIOs today have to realize it's a different ballgame. I like to say the best way to secure AI is with AI. And we all know AI governance. Companies are struggling with that. And what we're talking about today is a part of AI governance. It's not all of it, but it's a big part of it. And we also know, in our identity security report showed this, 90% of companies feel they're getting pressure to do more with AI. And 90% of companies feel they have an identity security issue around AI. That was our way to survey or study. And I think CISO CIOs are probably aware of that. It's a balancing act. Where the board or the executives know we need to use AI, and us security professionals are, but we need to use it securely. And again, I think it ties back to, again, you have to realize,
mandate, right?
Exactly, you have to realize, in the old days, everyone thought, well, we just lock down credentials and we should be good. Now, people aren't hacking into systems as much as using stolen credentials. So just because someone's authorized, right, Delaney, we think authorization is really the pivot point. You have to start authorization to look at how to secure your data. And just because they're authorized doesn't mean they have carte blanche to then go along their way, human or machine. And I think there's the other thing too that I think a lot of CISO CIOs are focusing not too much, but they think machine identities are the same as AI identities. And they are not.
Not when they can do human type
exactly.
stuff.
A machine identity is like a service account, very structured, programmatic. It's like you or I know it's a specific task to do, hard stop.
When you have a code, you have code that you know what the code says it can do. It's not writing its own code on the fly.
I do talk to people and the like, and they're say, oh, machine AI, we've been controlling machine identities. Different ballgame for lots of reasons, And so it's a challenging time to be a CISO or CEO with the competitive pressures to do more, to support. I mean, in the old days, of course you're going to get support to make sure you have the right controls in place to secure your humans or your employees and how they use systems, but with AI, different ballgame.
That's why we drink so much coffee, right?
Or Coke Zero for me, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
All right,
yes.
awesome. Frank, thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad we got to
This
see
is
each
awesome
other
to do this in
again.
person live.
I
That's
know,
so cool.
yeah.
Yes, yes.
Awesome.
No, absolutely. No, appreciate the opportunity. Delinea always loves working with you folks, and look forward to the next chat.
Yeah, great, thanks. To learn more about Delinea, you can visit securityweekly.com/DelineaBH, like Black Hat. And for full Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/Black Hat. Stick around, we'll be back shortly with more interviews. Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Jackie McGuire, and joining me today is one of my favorite people in the world, Lynn Dome. Lynn is the Executive Director at Women in Cybersecurity. Lynn, good to see you.
It's so good to see you, Jackie. This is my favorite moment of the days.
Yes.
Get to catch up with you. How awesome.
I know, I haven't seen you since the WESIS conference in DC.
I know. It's been too long.
Yeah.
We have to get our time together closer and closer.
I know. I was like,
great.
when we were going through because we get to fight over who gets to interview which people, and I was like, I will die on this hill. I get Lynn. No,
I love it, and I dressed appropriately.
I know, you showed
just
up, I
for
was like,
you,
we
Jackie.
match.
I know. I had to pull up my Wilds blazer because I knew who I was meeting up with.
Yeah. So when we were at WESIS a few months ago, a while ago now, we were talking about you had just completed this study. Kind of talking about talent and the benefits of being a WESIS and all of this stuff. So how has that gone since you guys have come out with the study and kind of started actually quantifying the value of WESIS?
Oh, well, it's going really good. It's really nice to have data and quantify the value of WESIS. We've been a nonprofit since 2019, and in 2023, we really started taking a look at what is the impact that we're making in the workforce, and then to be able to come up with the ROI of resilience, which is really interesting because right now all we're talking about is resilience and recovery in such a time of, unknown territory with the tremendous growth of the rapid digitization that's going on right now. Yeah. So we're here for the workforce, and we're here to show employers that there is a return on investment when you partner with third-party organizations like WESIS. And, it's been really great just to not only be educated on it, but also be flexible and nimble with what the workforce needs are right now. As you know, the workforce is going through a lot, and we could dive into that a little bit further if you'd like.
I think it's something you call the cyber talent paradox, right?
Yes.
What is that?
Yes. Well, I call it the cyber talent paradox because I was like, oh gosh, there's so much going on here. So, back in the day, we all spoke about it when cybersecurity, like, come on in, get into a cybersecurity career. There's 4.8 million unfilled jobs in cybersecurity. There's a place for you. Well, now we're at this threshold of we have a surplus of talent at early career. We have AI disrupting those junior roles, and we have a deficit of skills in mid-career and senior position individuals. And so it's not necessarily this workforce gap, but it is a skills gap.
Yeah.
And organizations are saying it, ISACA, ISC2, GIAC, they're all speaking the same language of there's this skills supply ratio that's going on here. And so for us, we're really focusing on what are those skills necessary to be able to be the builders, to, we have the necessary competencies to learn and grow on the spot, when the adversaries are doing their adversarial things. And
no shortage of ambition on that side.
Right.
And we need to learn from the adversaries, right? It seems like they're eager to learn new things, so we need to keep up with that.
Yes, and keep up with that skills and be able to continue to build the skills on the spot. So we're constantly looking at the workforce. As you know, with WESIS, we're here to be looking 3 to 5 years ahead and to be thinking about what are the workforce needs and how are we investing in the most valuable asset in cybersecurity, and that will be its people. And so we're looking at the rapid digitization of the new technologies, the expanding regulatory requirements, the deeper integration of cyber and many different elements. And then on top of that, we have this long-term demographic constraint of an aging population, lower birth rates, lower immigration rates, a falling labor force participation. We all know that less and less people are going off to college to be studying this. And so it's narrowing the pathways, and it's creating a very structurally fragile workforce. And so we need to be focusing on that. What are the skills necessary now, and how could we, continue to build the skills of the future in real time?
Yeah.
And so that's where we're at right now, and it's the data and the studies are showing that it's a strong return on investments for employer partners to be on board with the WESIS organization, because we're able to fill a void that they're not necessarily nimble enough to do at this time.
Yeah, and so I know one of the things that's always been interesting to me is when I go speak at colleges, there's close to gender parity there, right? So there are many, many women in college and then in the very early stages of security, but I think your research has shown that there's a drop-off as women reach mid-career, like 5-7 years in. Yes. What causes that?
Well, prior to us doing research on it, we would always base it on hearsay of what we're hearing. You know, a lack of mentors, a lack of career growth and advancement, and all of that. But we really wanted hard data, and so our mission is to recruit, retain, and advance women in cybersecurity. But in 2023, we kind of peeled back the layers, and we're like, we could recruit all we want. We do a very good job of it, getting people into cybersecurity. But if we really want to make an impact in the workforce, we have to understand what is the retention and what is career growth and advancement. If we could solve the retention issue, which is what our data is showing, that when you resolve, like WeSys members have a 32% lower attrition rate than non-WeSys members. That's money in employers' pockets when they encourage their teams to be a part of the WeSys organization. But we wanted to peel back the layers, understand retention, and we partnered with the Lyria Research to do that. And how they did it is they quantify the experiences of exclusion to identify the state of inclusion for women in cybersecurity. And so in late 2023, early 2024, three big key takeaways came away from that. One of them, that women in cyber were in a glass ceiling at around 6 to 10 years within their career. The second one is a very high barrier for women in cyber specifically, not other industries, was a lack of career growth and advancement opportunities. And that was really interesting to Illyria because they do this across many different industries, and they never saw it as high as it was for other than women in cyber. So we kind of earmarked that and paid special note. And then the third thing is that women in cyber are 5 times more likely to have experiences of exclusion come from their direct managers. So in 2024, this was revolutionary. Like, this was really great data, really good information. People were very eager to receive it. And I spent a lot of time doing many interviews and conferences and presenting on it. But one time after one conference, an individual came up to me and asked me, well, if it's a glass ceiling, then it's a performance issue. Women aren't capable of career growth and advancement at that.
Yeah, we just lose all of our brains after 5 years.
They
6
just
to melt 10 out of our heads.
Because that makes sense, right? Yeah, it just melts right out of your head. Only
part
you,
of
Jackie.
the change.
You're right. We're like, oh my gosh, how much more do we need to prove here? You know? But I heard that, and I was like, well, now I want to know, how are WeSys members performing? You know, from non-WeSys members. So we did a skills assessment, and we're killing it. We're outperforming non-WeSys members, gender not even included. Just WeSys members, non-WeSys members, and you know, so it's been a really interesting journey because we're always talking about now skills-based advancement, merit-based advancement, and we're like right on, bring it on, because we've been ahead of the game. We've known this data, and skills are the ultimate equalizers. But now we're challenged with how people are utilizing these assessments, which is what led us to do the ROI of Resilience report that we released during the WeSys conference.
So talk more about the resilience piece, because I think that's really interesting. So what does resilience look like?
It looks like keeping your workforce, and it looks like having all the wraparound services that add up to the return on investment. And so when we partnered with 41 Insights, we were able to identify big key indicators that are good for talent, for individuals to stay. We had some nuggets of information, like WeSys members have that 32% lower attrition rate, and when you're a part of WeSys, you have quicker hiring times, so it reduces that cost associated with hiring. So those are all good things. But when it comes to resilience, it's about what are those wraparound services that actually has your workforce stay, to avoid burnout, to have career growth and advancement, and also to build a team that you need necessary. So when we're looking at skills-based assessments, it's not just doing the assessment with your teams and then tucking them away and being like, that's good information. It's actually utilizing it as a tool. So as a tool where you could track career growth, where you could track where do you want to invest in training, and then also be able to track the other indicators of career success, which is your network. You've been a big advocate of that. Mentor-mentee. We were just talking about that earlier. Having a mentor, and WeSys has all these encompassing services that we provide to make sure that we're investing in the right people, but utilizing the tool wisely, not just a skills assessment tucking away, actually driving it to build the growth, cover the gaps in your skills, and then incentivize it, or give stretch assignments based on it, and wrap around bonuses in a structure that really makes a value or a difference for your team.
So I would love to believe that the industry will just do the right thing because it's the right thing, or that they will foster inclusion and equity because those are good for humanity. But is there a financial reason to create a more equitable workforce?
Right, there is.
Because that's really the only thing that influences behavior in business at the end of the day. So.
Right, and that's why we did the ROI of resilience, because it was like, okay, if we spoke data to you, and now let's speak dollars.
Yeah.
And so with our report, and everyone could find it, you could download it from our WESIS website or go to 41 Insights. It's a return on investment of $127,000 per employee per tenure, because you're shortening the hiring time, you're increasing the retention on the workforce, and you're creating just a happier, more innovative, more inclusive, more career growth and advancement. Individuals aren't getting bored at mid-career. They're actually being invested in, and therefore they're paying it forward to the employer that's paying it to them.
Yeah.
And so there is that. You know, we used to always say, like the old saying, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, like it costs $30,000 to hire, $300,000 to fire.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that was just like a blanket statement that would be said here and there. And we're like, no, we want to know WESIS, like specifically.
Yeah.
And that ROI of resilience for us is to $127,000 per employee per tenure.
Yeah.
So it's fantastic news for everyone. And we're really proud of the information. We're really proud of the organization that we have that helped bring that to life.
Yeah. Well, thinking about, saying that WESIS members have over 30% like higher rates of retention. For me, one of the big benefits of WESIS, the network, is if you are a woman who works with mostly men and you need life advice about something, there are just some nuances that if you don't go to a place that is intentionally curating a group of people who look like you, who have similar life experiences, it can be hard to get the level of detail of life advice, without other women to ask, like, hey, how did you navigate this thing or this perception or this, you had your second or third kid and you're trying to balance, because I always say, like, when a guy takes the day off to take his kids to the doctor, it's like, oh my God, he's such a good dad. Whereas when I'm like, hey, I need to take the day, it's like, okay, yeah, go be a mom again, right?
Right.
So when you can talk to other women about, like, hey, how did you navigate this thing? Or, like, how do you message this thing? Or if you're dealing with, I think you're, like, I was blown away when we were talking about this a few months ago about the women being 5 times more likely to experience, like, exclusion and bullying and things like that, because I've dealt with that, right? And so if you're talking to other guys about that and they're only experiencing it at 20% the rate that you are, there's almost a level of like, okay, but when you talk to other women who've actually been there, it's much easier, I think, to get advice from people who've actually walked in those shoes.
Yes.
And I don't think this is like it's not like intentional ignorance on men's part or anything like that. It's just that experiences are different, right? And just like you wouldn't go to a tennis coach to ask him how to improve your like putting game in golf, like you need to go talk to people who've actually been there. So I think when you think about it more deeply, it makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Let me ask you, like, with as rapidly as things are changing, how do you see WESIS evolving over the next few years to continue to meet these crazy changes in technology and career path and things like that?
Yes, well, that's a very good question, and we're thinking about the problem continuously ourselves. So in the next 3 to 5 years, we're really focusing on building builders, making sure that we're supporting the skill sets that are necessary. We want WESIS members to be indispensable in the workforce. So it's not only leadership development, but it's also really importantly those technical skills. And so whether early career, mid-career, or senior positions, we're always building technical skill sets and leadership development. Hey, and earlier today, I was just approached by someone that said that she was in the AI Learning Series last year. It was a new program last year. She said it got her into the job that she's at today, and it like changed her entire life because of that AI Learning Series. Like, that was just a piloted program of let's check this out within our community. So thankfully, being a nonprofit, we have to be very flexible, very nimble. We pilot programs when we have the data of success and the evidence of success and the funding to make it happen. We scale it and then we sustain it. Yeah. And so we're able to do that. And if we pilot a program, we just don't see the results that we see, and we're like, okay, now into a different program. And that's what this is going to need right now. The workforce is ever evolving, super fast changing. We have to be as nimble as the workforce needs and demands, and it takes us to have an incredible group of people like you doing the good work that you're doing with us, and to be able to like rapidly roll out something and be able to support our community in that capacity. And also, what you said about mentoring and just in general, you know, an individual that's a mentee is 5 times more likely to get promoted. But an individual that's mentoring, they're 6 times more likely to get promoted. So our mentor-mentee program is designed by someone that's just a year or just, you know, a mid-career person will be with a senior career individual, and it's designed in a cohort to continue to develop that community. But we want the experience for the mentor to still be very real, very fresh. We want raw, genuine information. We don't want, you know, senior professionals mentoring early career because their experience is so different. You know, anyone over the age 45 should be mentored by someone under the age of 30 because their lives are completely different. They're living in a different workforce than anyone over 45. So we have to have reverse mentoring too. So there's a lot going on, and we're just always assessing what are the needs, what kind of programming efforts can we roll out, but always cultivating the community wrapped around it because that's a super, super important and critical piece.
I think if you're at an advanced level in your career, mentoring is one of the best things you can do because sometimes you just navigate on instinct, and when you mentor, you have to take time to stop and reflect on why do I do the things that I do? Why do I say things the way that I say them? Like, how have I navigated different problems? And it makes you, you start to kind of understand yourself a little bit better, I think. And then also, you know, it's very rewarding to mentor people, and you never know when you're going to need the people you're mentoring.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You never know. I become the greatest of friends and colleagues and peers with all my mentees, and we're all mentoring together. We're all learning and growing continuously. So it is really fun. And you're the greatest, Jackie, because whenever I get stuck with a mentee, I was like, Jackie McGuire, you will be able to help.
Because she'll say something weird that'll knock you out of your routine.
Yes, you need a little boot camp with Jackie. Let's call it my pal. So it's always great when I'm able to introduce one of my mentees to you to give him like a quick 45-minute like boost, like let's get this done. This is who you need to be syncing up with, and let's do it. So I love that about you.
I appreciate that. Well, thank you so much, Lynn. We'll get to hang out more this week, but really appreciate you coming by. It's always awesome to get to hang out.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was so great to catch up with you.
All right, to learn more about women in cybersecurity, and you really should, visit securityweekly.com/WICYS, WICYSBH for Black Hat. And for full Black Hat 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/Black Hat. Stick around, we'll be back after the break.
Welcome to Black Hat 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Michael Leland, VP and Field CTO at Island. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So Michael, we've actually talked in the past, and I'm quite a fan of Island and what you've been doing. And there's a slightly, at least new to me, topic that I wanted to talk about, the broadly speaking supply chain. But we live in the world of 2026, so it has to be supply chain plus agents and MCPs. So thank you for laughing and appreciating that. But there's a fun nuance here, and I don't want to steal the thunder of what this nuance is of this type of new supply chain. So give us a hint of what this agent-based attack is.
So think of agents as our new virtual knowledge worker, right? And in the past, you would have somebody who was capable and competent to understand what packages he's downloading. Hopefully there's some type of vetting process in place for what's being included in a development pipeline. Agents are not as discerning, it turns out, right? And I think we've also seen recently with things like the sandbox escape from Anthropic against Hugging Face. What we learned from that is, in practical terms, if you give an agent a goal, come hell or high water, it will find a way to reach it, right? Even if it's via an unintended path. And so from an agentic perspective, developers are frequently using NPMs from multiple sources. They're going to legitimate destinations like GitHub and assuming that anything published there should be authorized.
Right.
No more should we trust GitHub's content than we should trust Wikipedia's content, right? No one's vetting it, no one's validating it. And it's interesting because we saw a similar activity against browser extensions a couple of times. 2 years ago, we had CyberHaven, where a perfectly legitimate extension was compromised by a malicious actor who stole an OAuth token.
Right, subvert the trust.
That's exactly right. The other one we saw just last year was Shady Panda, right? This was a campaign that I like to call the long game.
Okay.
They submitted extensions to the Google Chrome Store. It went through the vetting process. It validated that it was trusted and secure. And then they waited. They waited almost 4 or 5 years. And then they decided last minute to release a little update. And what happened is the validation process for an update doesn't go through the same rigor as a new submission.
Right.
And so they quickly compromised about 200 various browser extensions. Now what we found very recently in our research is something very similar, but on the AI agentic front. Somebody published a library of extensions, essentially skills, to a GitHub repository. And of the 7,600 or so extensions, skills that were published, we found over 800 that were clearly malicious. Some were malware, some were crypto miners, some were info stealers, prompt harvesting, and the unsuspecting knowledge worker at this point decided that if one of those packages were legitimate, they should all be fine, right?
Why not?
Over 2 million copies were downloaded and installed. So somewhere out there's an adversary who, is grinning his teeth right now, saying, "I gotcha," right? Yeah. And it's through no fault of the developer, right? He decided to implement an agent. He granted trust and authorization to this agent to make decisions about how it should reach its goal. And one of those decisions, it turns out, was nefarious.
Yeah, and there's a subtlety here too, because even you mentioned, for example, like you mentioned Anthropic Hugging Face. It was OpenAI and Hugging Face, right?
Sorry, yes.
But Anthropic then also admitted one, and I think just today Meta said, "Oh yeah, by the way, we just let ours run loose too."
Yeah.
But the reason I bring that up is a little bit of, with humans, there was that idea of typo squatting, or making a typo in the package, thinking like, "Oh, that should have been an underscore and a dash," or I mistyped the name of the package. This is actually even a little bit different because it's the AI, the agent, is looking at this list of packages, and it's not even like the typo. It just says, here's a repo that says, here's how you install, this is what you need to install, go and install it. And it's that, where is that trust within that? And that's what you're highlighting here.
So the interesting thing too is, I've seen Claude Cowork. Mm-hmm. I give it a goal. It hit a brick wall. It said, I can't go any further. I know what I'll do. It said, I'll write a Python script, and it'll go out to my terminal and curl an NPM package from a source that I never authorized. It didn't know whether it was a legitimate NPM package or a malicious one. Right. It had the right code in it to perform the task it needed. Unfortunately, it also had a lot of other code in it that it wasn't expecting, and neither was I. So I think the learning here is the old trust but verify no longer works, right? If you don't put your agentic workforce in the same guardrails and governance constraints that you do your users, we're in for a really interesting risk profile coming up.
Yeah, and especially that you're mentioning trust but verify. Your examples too were that trust on first use. The idea of, I think it was Shady Panda, you're describing, oh, we're going to be very polite and very proper on the first trust check. And then it's pretty impressive to wait a couple of years.
It is.
But it's to their advantage. And we could also look at what it was, the XUtils was another very long wait for a long-term attack horizon, if you will, for this threat actor. But basically on what I'm building up here is that trust has to be continuous.
Right.
We've learned that with humans and our supply chain. All these skills, bear with me, I'm setting this up, these skills are just markdown. And so it's one thing to be able to say, oh, this code is obviously calling out to a shell. Mm-hmm. It's calling bin bash curl, and it's piping through curl. That's probably a bad thing, but there's a lot of natural language in these skills files. How do you grep for that? You can't really, right? So what are you doing here? What are the defenses?
So we actually built an AI analysis tool for all skills, MCP services, or MCP servers, plugins, even your various packages. And so when we started delivering Shadow AI visibility to our customers, at first it was just show me what AI is in use. And
Very
that
helpful.
That was hard enough, right? And I've told the story a few times. We had a customer who insisted they only had 8 sanctioned AI tools in use. We did a very short assessment, a week. We deployed our browser to some users, we deployed the extension to the others, and we found 243 AI tools that were being used. Now, this was not a malicious expansion of AI usage, but if you put a roadblock in front of a user and you tell them that AI will make them more productive, but then you stop them from using it, they're going to find a way around it, right? And so no matter how diligent you are in trying to build a governance policy and acceptable use on AI, if a user thinks that he's going to be more productive, more innovative, he will find a way to use it.
How are the incentives aligned? Yeah.
And it's funny because there's a dichotomy between the management team, the executive team, the board saying, thou must use AI because it will make us more productive and effective. But then there's the lawyers and the governance team saying, be careful using AI because we don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right? And it is a moving target with AI. And because the modalities of AI are so broad now, the ones we never thought would be here, right? We always knew about interactive generative AI tools. But now you can hook up skills to Gen AI. You can connect MCP servers to those tools. Even if you think you're just interacting with a chat tool, it may also be connected to Slack or Salesforce or something else. And so now more than ever, how we are governing the usage of those tools has to be brought into visibility. Not only what tools we discover, but also the full audit of how those tools are being used. Every prompt, every response, every tool call, every tool result. But to your question earlier, how do you really determine a risk profile of a markdown file of skills? Every time we discover these technologies now, we built an AI assessment tool that develops a risk profile for each one. So we actually read the skill file, and then we generate what's called a list of insights. And we tell you this could be a dangerous tool because it has file system access, because it can read and write data to the network. There's a risk of data exfiltration here. There's a risk of prompt injection here. We can't fix the problems of these skills, but we can bubble up the risk assessment and let a knowledgeable user or administrator determine if that skill is appropriate.
And that, to me, that sounds appealing because what you've described these are the behaviors that you're seeing within that skill. And even when I was talking about the agent baiting, that's I think the term you've given for this, download this skill, that isn't even exactly a prompt injection that says, ignore your previous instructions. It's just, here's a repo that has a bunch of dependencies that you probably should download. It just happens that one of those dependencies is malware. So you're not changing the intended behavior. You're just directing them to some bad behavior.
Right.
And seeing that, network access. I probably don't need network access or file system access. Those sound much better as triggers to, I can build a policy around that. I can build governance around that. And that's what sounds like you're setting those those components to be able to build on top of, right?
There's one more way to enforce a policy in this environment, and that is that most agents still have to go through an MCP server to get to its application or service. And the OAuth token that is issued between the application and the agent has permissions associated with it. So let's say you decide that an application needs access to Salesforce, and the agent requests a read-write token. Island has an MCP server now that can intercept that, issue a read-only token to the user, so we can say, yes, you can get access to Salesforce. I'm not going to let you write data to it. You can read data from it. It's called token brokering, and the first MCP server you touch can do that. The other advantage is that agent never has the official OAuth token of Salesforce.
Yes.
It has the one that we've issued it via an NHI, a non-human identity. So now you have full accountability, and you have the ability to intercept that trust process and assert the appropriate permissions and privileges as appropriate.
Yeah, and it's going to make me smile with my security hat on, because having that token be 100% of the time read-only, it's a very strict, that's a very concrete boundary, as opposed to earlier we were saying, well, we think, looking at this natural language, we think it's accessing the network, we think it's accessing the file system, and again, that could be, even if you're saying you have 90% confidence, that's 10% of, I'm a little bit worried. Should I really trust this as a security boundary, right?
So there's two ways of doing assessment. There's a static assessment and a dynamic or heuristic assessment. Static is what we think it will do, and that's the insights we're generating now. Heuristic assessment is what it actually tries doing. And so beyond just giving an inventory and a policy enforcement, we're now doing runtime assertion. So you can say that in this application, you're allowed to describe these things in the prompt. There are more things to worry about now than just security. There's content moderation, bias, toxicity,
Safety.
Harassment.
Yep. Yeah.
There's obviously the indirect prompt injections, the jailbreak attempts, downloading packages from unknown sources, things like that. But on the runtime side, you've got to deal with everything from, is this activity being issued by a user or an agent? Is it going through a browser, an extension, or a desktop application? Because the biggest risk we have is these tools, if handed off to an agentic behavior, they can do bad things at machine speed, which means anything you're attempting to do proactively or retroactively, I would trust the fact that if a user does something poor, I'd have enough time to get notified about it, contact the user, revoke that file if necessary.
The impacts are perhaps a bit smaller.
The blast radius is much larger with agentic, right? Because of just the speed at which it can operate. And the skills with which it can go around our guardrails.
And part what I hear also from that story is that the deployment sounds like you can actually go, as long as you can solve that shadow AI problem, you figure out where are people using this, it's not hard to drop in, is it? It's not like you need to everybody needs to become a Kubernetes expert, run your container, here's your sandboxing, it's much simpler, yeah?
But here's the thing, where you enforce it matters. Some vendors architected a solution that do all of their enforcement at the cloud proxy. Okay. Right? So as long as the data gets to the cloud proxy, they're going to try to break and inspect and then intercept there. That worked great for years. What it doesn't do well is understand user intent when the user intent is taking place between Claude code and the local file system. What's on my page right now, and what am I trying to copy and paste into this command line?
Yeah.
User intent is occurring so far out in front of the user now that waiting till it hits the first cloud proxy is no longer effective, right? So it's an effective spot, but it's not the only one and not the most effective.
Yeah.
And which is why we constructed this concept of the agentic control plane for the enterprise, as many control points as possible in the browser, in an extension, on the desktop, on the network, in the LLM gateway, in the MCP server, and then lastly, you've also got things like open telemetry, OTel, that gives you tremendous high fidelity visibility into the way the models are actually working. Token utilization per user, per session, per skill. If you wanted to do departmental chargebacks for token burn down, you could, because you have that telemetry now. It also gives you performance metrics and then AI adoption metrics. So it's not only visibility, it's enforcement, and it's enforcement in as many locations as possible, but picking the right spot of enforcement has to do with where users are interacting with data.
And that makes sense in the sense of where are the boundaries I care about, or where are those important boundaries where sensitive data shouldn't be crossing. So that part makes sense. Now, I want to ask, that also sounds like there's so many areas, you have a scaling problem and suddenly a policy problem, that how do I keep my head straight as the security team or creating these policies, and suddenly I don't get overwhelmed and just say, well, it's star.star once again.
So This is the important part about having a ubiquitous platform and policy. We're at Black Hat. There's 600 vendors out there. 300 of them were in here last year. 300 of them probably will be here next year. Every one of them has a solution for one niche problem. And you could, if you were well-intentioned, stitch together a solution that would deliver all of these solutions. The problem is you've got probably 6 different consoles, 4 different agents, multiple control planes, and the sprawl you talk about is not just to the user, it's to the administration team, it's to the operationalization team, and the security operations
That's where
team.
mistakes are much more easier to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
We constructed an architecture where it's a single policy, a single control plane, a single user console, and a single data lake. And the fidelity of that data lake telemetry is beyond what a typical SOC analyst has ever seen. I came from an EDR world, and before that, I was co-founder and CTO of a company that built a SIM. So I understand the security operation practitioners' challenges, and normally it's 4 different consoles. We used to love saying the phrase, single pane of glass, right? I used to tell people that what the vendor community has delivered you up until now is a single glass of pain, right? You're bouncing around between multiple consoles. You lose context as you're doing so. If you have to manage policy across more than 1 or 2 platforms, you're going to have challenges. It's going to be costly, it's going to be complex, and you're probably going to have gaps. Any vendor out there can solve one problem, but try to find a platform vendor that has the ubiquity of control planes, and more importantly, the control points, so that we can reduce that cost and complexity for both the user, the admin, and the security operations practitioner.
Yeah, and I think that's the wonderful story that just, again, takes the human element and tries to minimize that human making mistakes. And
there's one more big point, though, and that is that vibe coding has made anybody a developer.
Yes.
The problem is the applications that are being vibe coded have to be hosted somewhere. They have no concept of your role-based access control, your authentication principles, your business context, or your data governance policy. But any vibe-coded application published inside of an architecture like ours has to abide by the same guardrails that you built for the user. We're calling it vibe publishing.
And it says, it's not saying no, it's just saying yes within these constraints.
Exactly right.
And unfortunately, we also have the constraints of running out of time for this conversation, but Michael, I've appreciated it. This is really good.
Thank you so much.
And thanks everyone for joining us. To learn more about Island, check out securityweekly.com/islandbh. You can also find all of today's published interviews at securityweekly.com/blackhat. And guess what? This is our last interview for first day of Black Hat, but we're going to be right back here again tomorrow for the final day of Black Hat 2026. Thanks everyone.